Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the virtual regular City Council meeting of Monday, June 15, 2020. It is now 8:01 p.m. and I'm calling the meeting to order. At this time, would everyone who's able to please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if we could, Madam City Clerk, we do have a quorum. Would you call out names of the council members present?
Yes. Right now I have present Mayor Adams, Councilmember Wolfley, Councilmember Ndebumalo, Councilmember Harrison, Councilmember Esteve, and Mayor Pro Tem Boafo.
Thank you, City Clerk. At this time, I entertain any agenda additions, deletions, or amendments.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move item H in the consent agenda to new business.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second to move item H from the consent agenda to new business. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Just one quick question, sorry, Mayor. Is Councilmember Gardner in chambers already?
No, he's not.
Okay, I just want to make sure, so I know the right count for the vote.
Thank you, City Clerk. All right, at this time, we'll move to citizen participation. City Clerk?
Okay, so for this evening, we have received 5 comments for citizen participation. So I will read them. Okay. Bear with me because I'm going to be working the timer at the same time so that we could keep it in control. Okay, so the first one is from Brian Suddiff from Brunswick Lane. So this comment, City Council, what did you know and when did you know it? This comment is not only about what did you know and when did you know it, but also about what was your duty to know and when did that duty start? Everything you knew and when you knew it was known by each of you prior to your momentous vote on May 19th, 2020. Mayor Adams and council members Boafo, Steph, Gardner, Harrison, and Ndebumalo and Wolfley, your duty to know started on the very day of your election in November 2019. We know that you all were invited to attend numerous meetings with city staff to ensure us, the citizens of Bowie, that you would thoroughly understand and would have financially analyzed all the programs and past actions of the prior city council. For example, you had briefings from city staff about the condition and plan of action of the existing ice rink at Allen's Pond, and also the plan of action by the past city council for having a first-class courts facility in the available land of the Bowie Golf Course for a 2-court structure with the ability to increase it to 8 courts. We believe that you thoroughly understood what you heard and you acted with that understanding in mind. In July 2019, the prior city council awarded a contract to Costello Construction and that motion committed the city council to deliver to you ready to award bids on the first-class courts facility by January 2020. This is what you knew and when you knew it. A plan for one Bowie courts and ice. Had you merely carried out the gift given to you by the prior city council, the courts facility would have been completed by January 1st, 2021, a full 6 months before the two-sheet ice rink on Church Road. As just stated, starting in November 2019, you knew that there was a construction contract awarded to Costello Construction to build the first leg of well-developed plan, Bowie Courts and Ice. That business plan was briefed to the prior city council in the summer of 2019 and resulted in a supermajority favorable vote. This has been either in your possession or has been sent to each of you, Mayor Adams and council members Boafo, Esteve, Gardner, Harrison, and Debumadu and Wolfley, several times prior to your vote on May 19, 2020. If you didn't understand this information, you were duty-bound to find answers to your questions and to delve more deeply. And upon that knowledge, act responsibly to meet the recreational courts and ice needs for the 60,000 taxpayers of Bowie. Those needs were set out in the 2013. You have that study. That study was the foundation and guidance for the prior city council. In addition to having briefings by city staff and receiving documentation by both city staff and by citizens who have firsthand knowledge, a number of you had multiple and intense telephone conversations prior to your vote on May 19, 2020. We can only conclude that you knew and you acted with a full understanding of what was conveyed to you. The next comment is to present all the components and the cost elements for both courts and for Bowie Ice. The ice, by the way, in each of 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 exceeded 19,000 paid attendances. By statistical analysis, ICE activities has a greater participation than all other courts activities combined. You know that because it came from city records and was included in the documentation that you, Mayor Adams, and council members Boafo, Esteve, Gardner, Harrison, and Debumadu and Wolfley had prior to your vote on May 19, 2020. Okay. Next one is from Tim Shellum from Governor Bridge Road. This one is components and elements of one Bowie Courts and Ice. This comment is focused on the three main components of one Bowie Courts and Ice. These are the two-sheet ice rink, the two courts basketball building, and the refurbishment of the ice rink at Allen's Pond. It is presumed that this city council knows all the facts contained in the prior comment, and so they are not restated here. Of course, Mayor Adams and council members Boafo, Esteve, Gardner, Harrison, and Debumadu and Wolfley, you already knew about all these components, the cost elements of each, and their 30-year cost to the city. All of this was communicated to you in various forms by the staff of the city starting in November 2018, and through a number of different communications, verbally, in person, and through electronic means prior to your vote on May 19, 2020. Provided in the table that follows are the three components and the various elements, including their 30-year costs. Please note that all costs have been held constant over the full 30 years, rather than projecting the effect of inflation and the like. That's because these other factors are unknowable, but would have affected each component and its cost element in the same way. The element of bond for two-sheet ice rink on Church Road is $24.5 million. A projected interest on 30-year bond, $21.6 million. Expended monies plus liquidated damages and a result of cancellation of the ring, $12 million. Cost to remove construction foundations from Church Road site and return it, in other words, to a soccer field, $500,000. Annual operational cost of two-sheet ice rink, $1 million times 30 years for $30 million. Annual estimate income from two-sheet ice rink, $27 million. Annual estimate income from two tournaments at $100,000 each, $6 million. Cost to build a 2-court basketball building, $10 million. Projected interest on 30-year bond, $9 million. Annual operational cost of basketball building, $30 million. Annual estimate income from basketball building, $6 million. And the component to refurbish the existing ice ring at Allen's Pond is the cost to refurbish the existing Bowie ice rink, $23 million. Projected interest on 30-year bond, $20 million. Annual operational cost of existing Bowie ice rink, $30 million. Annual income from the existing Bowie ice rink, $21 million. In total, there are 6 scenarios. The first 3 scenarios, basketball only, 2-sheet ice rink only, and refurbish the ice rink at Allen's Pond must be immediately discarded because they do not meet a critical component of the 2013 recreational sports study, which is both courts and ice. Second, they must be discarded because both courts and ice is the policy by deed and action of this and all prior city councils going back to the construction of the city gym. The immediately discarded 3 scenarios are scenario 1, to build a basketball 2-court building on the Bowie Golf Course that the city already owns. The 30-year cost is $43 million. The cost is that high because the city's subsidy of operational costs is 80%. Scenario 2, build a 2-sheet ice rink at Church Road. The 30-year cost is $43.1 million. The cost is that low because the city's subsidy of operational costs is projected to be 10%. Scenario 3, refurbish existing ice rink at Allen Ponds. The 30-year cost is $52 million. The cost is that high because the city's subsidy of operational costs has been set at 33%. The 3 scenarios are, these 3 represent city policy and word and deed are the ones that have been considered by both the immediately past city council and also this city council. To guard against wasteful spending of taxpayers' monies, you must select only the one that can both meet the needs of the 2013 study and for courts and for ICE. To select a more expensive scenario without a corresponding increase in both physical plant and capabilities would be derelict in your duties as a city council and also as the caretaker of city taxes. Scenario 4, build basketball 2-court building on the Bowie Golf Course that the city already owns. The 30-year cost is $43 million. Build a Church Road 2-sheet ice rink. The 30-year cost is $43.1 million. The total, time's up on that one. Okay, next one is comment 3 from Jim Sishelman from Quintet Lane. Courts and ICE as established by prior city council. This comment sets out the actions of the prior city council as they struggled from 2013 through the middle of 2019 to determine the most cost-effective solution to the need for courts and ICE in Bowie. It is presumed the city council is entirely familiar with all the facts presented in the prior 2 comments, so they are not restated here. This struggle began with the 2013 recreational needs study that stated that 5 courts and a 2-sheet ice rink was needed to meet the needs of Bowie. This study, you, Mayor Adams, and council members Boafo, Esteve, Gardner, Harrison, and Debumado, and Wolfley knew as it was in city records. It has been quoted quite mistakenly and then used as justification to accomplish elimination of this, the most cost-effective scenario of the 3 scenarios. The struggle to set into action the 2013 recreational needs started in 2017. The City Council was presented with a set of A through G solution alternatives. Mayor Adams and council members Boafo, Esteve, Gardner, Harrison, and Debumado and Wolfley, these 8 alternatives were known to you because of your attendance at the city staff presentations and because these alternatives were sent to you. A key failing in the conclusions of the 2013 recreational needs study had to be considered in 2017. It was that the 2013 study did not contain real-world estimates for both courts and ICE. For example, in 1991, a single-sheet ice rink for a college cost $10 million. The 2013 study predicted 23 years later that a 2-sheet ice rink, 1 sheet NHL size and the other Olympic size, was to cost about $10 million. How is it possible that a 2-sheet ice rink 23 years later would cost the same as a 1-sheet ice rink 23 years earlier? Simple. It wasn't ever going to cost $10 million. The estimate was just flat wrong then, and it is even more wrong now. Additionally, for the prior city council to meet the recreational needs of the 2013 study, it had to divide the project's facilities into 2 different ones at 2 different locations, one for courts and another for ice. Here are 2 key reasons for the division and location separation. The first reason to divide one facility at Church Road into 2 was to lessen the quantity of traffic. Both courts and ice are essentially fall, winter, and spring sports. That's double the traffic for practice, games, and tournaments. Currently, neighbors of the Church Road ice rink bitterly complain about impeding ice traffic. How much more would they complain if there was a combined courts and ice traffic? Arguably twice as loud and more. Interesting, since the traffic for courts and ice were determined by the 2013 recreational needs study for each to be the same for each sport, then if traffic is unacceptable for ice at Church Road, it must also be equally unacceptable for courts. To believe otherwise is illogical. The second reason to divide the one facility at Church Road into 2 was discovered sometime after the property was purchased from Maryland National Park and Planning Commission. The site was determined not to be able to have a single facility for 5 courts and for 2-sheet ice. The land would not sustain such a facility. One solution to the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission property problem was to have a facility for a single sheet of ice and 2 courts. That, however, would fail to meet the needs of the courts community and fail to meet the needs of the ice community. If, however, the facility was divided into 2 buildings at different locations that would meet the 2013 recreational study needs of both the courts and the ice communities, it would also be, by definition, decrease the 2-sport traffic problem. It was part of your duty to diligently study the record of the prior city council and to understand the full 2013-2019 record of their struggle to come up with the most cost-effective and least disruptive solution to satisfy the needs set out in the 2013 recreational needs study. You, Mayor Adams, and council members Boafo, Steph, Gardner, Harrison, and Debumado and Wolfley have embraced and quoted this 2013 study. All of this is in city records and in presentations that several of you had since June 2018, and all of you have had well before your May 19, 2020 vote. In addition to all of the above, one of the considerations of the prior city council was set out. Time's up on that one. Next comment is from Lisa Berenger from Millstream Drive. Basketball court and refurbish the Allen's Pond ice rink. This comment is not about to reinstate the actions of the prior city council as they struggle from 2013 through the middle of 2019 to determine the most cost-effective solution to the need for courts and ice in Bowie. It presumes Mayor Adams and council members Boafo, Steph, Gardner, Harrison, and Debumado and Wolfley that you already knew everything in the prior 3 comments because you recognize your duty to study the record of the prior council and to understand why their decision to pursue and to set into execution the most cost-effective of the 3 solutions. This scenario sets out an alternative to having a 2-sheet ice rink at Church Road. Instead, refurbish the existing Allen's Pond ice rink. It sets out the 30-year cost elements. Please note that before you review this scenario's increased cost over the first scenario, please know that to accomplish it will require shutting down ice in Bowie for 2 full years. That was the first reason why this scenario was rejected by the prior city council. The second rejection was that it would cost significantly more than the first scenario, the 2-sheet rink at Church Road. Again, this scenario was one of the A through G solution alternatives. Mayor Adams and council members Boafo, Staff, Gardner, Harrison, and Debumado and Wolfley, these were known to you because of your attendance at the city staff presentations and your diligent review of the records of the prior city council. What is wrong with a Bowie ice rink at Allen Pond is contained in a 70-page study. You know about this because it is part of the city record, city staff presentations, and your diligent review of the records of the prior city council. Scenario 5, build a basketball two-court building on the Bowie Golf Course that the city already owns. This is completely independent of leftover monies. Sorry, hold on 1 second. Due to the cancellation of the Church Road ice rink, that consideration is presented within scenario 6. B, refurbish the existing ice rink at Allen Ponds. The value for A would be $43 million. For scenario B, 5B would be $52 million for a total cost of $95 million. The cost elements are taken from the prior comments, components, and cost elements. As you can see, the overall 30-year cost to the city of Bowie for both courts and ice is $95 million. As with the prior scenario, the courts facility intended for Bowie Golf Course is planned to be the first of a 4-pod solution. The first pod is to contain 2 courts. Each subsequent pod built to satisfy demand would be the same. And upon the addition of pod 3, a middle single-story structure of seating, sports shop, and snack bar is to be included. When the 8 courts facility is completed, it would make Bowie the go-to basketball tournament facility in the Middle Atlantic. Tournaments bring in between $50,000 to $100,000 per tournament into city and surrounding businesses. Such a facility, like the 2-sheet ice rink, would greatly reduce its yearly operational loss, which for courts is projected to be an 80% or more loss each operational year. Here are the following reasons why the 30-year cost of refurbish the ice rink at Allen Ponds is so much more expensive than the 30-year cost of the brand new 2-sheet ice rink at Church Road. Please note that this is presumed that you, Mayor Adams, and council members Boafo, Staff, Gardner, Harrison, and Debumado and Wolfley know all reasons because of your attendance at the city staff presentations. However, you may not have remembered some of the more key reasons. So here is a summary of why the refurbishment of the ice rink at Allen's Pond was rejected. First, the existing ice rink at Allen's Pond has to be torn down first in order for it to be refurbished back to its 30-plus year life. That's because its fundamental structure is wood, 50-year-old wood. Its structure is a series of deeply buried telephone poles and an entirely made of wood roof structure. How long will that last? Who knows, except that it is already beyond its predicted lifespan. Not only that, every modern ice rink has a reflective inner liner that significantly reduces cost of ice. Time's up on that one. Next one is from Christopher King, Morlock Lane. Cancel the Church Road ice rink, replace with 2 basketball courts, and refurbish Allen's Pond ice rink. This comment does not restate the actions of the prior city council as they struggled from 2013 through the middle of 2019 to determine the most cost-effective solution to the need for courts and ice in Bowie. It presumes Mayor Adams and council members Boafo, Staff, Gardner, Harrison, and Debumado and Wolfley that you already knew everything in the prior comments because you recognize your duty to study the record of prior council and you understood why their decision to pursue and to set into execution the most cost-effective scenario. This scenario sets out an alternative to having a 2-sheet ice rink at Church Road. It sets it out the 30-year cost elements. This scenario resulted from the cancellation of the already under construction 2-sheet ice rink at Church Road, absorbing the total cost of the contract cancellation, removal of all the 2-sheet ice rink construction, the construction of a 2-court basketball facility, and finally, the refurbishment of the existing Allen's Pond ice rink. 5 distinct cost elements. The cost of building the basketball facility at Church Road is the same as in Scenario 4 and Scenario 2, except that because of the nature of the Church Road site, it may be the case that the 1-pod 2-court facility cannot be expanded to be a 4-pod 8-court facility that was an integral part of Scenario 4 and 5. Even if not correct, each pod would be separately priced. This scenario is additionally burdened by having all the same problems set out in Scenario 5 for the refurbishment of the existing Allen's Pond ice rink. What is wrong with the Bowie ice rink at Allen's Pond is set out in a 70-page study. You know about this study because it is part of the city record. This scenario was never even contemplated by the prior city council because they would have never started construction of the 2-sheet ice rink and then canceled it. Such a strategy would have not only been beyond reason, but have been well beyond any cost-effective strategy. Mayor Adams and council members Boafo, Estef, Gardner, Harrison, and Debumado and Wolfley, all this had to have been known to you because of your attendance at the city staff presentations. The implications of the vote from 4 of the council members at 5 a.m. on May 19th can only be that you had no idea of the consequences of your decision. One of the 3 council members voting against the cancellation of the 2-sheet construction contract advised strongly that there be a careful study of all the implications and consequences of this action. Clearly, his sage advice was not heard. Scenario 36. Start the Church Road 2-sheet ice rink. Cancel the Church Road 2-sheet ice rink contract and absorb $12 million of already completed construction and liquidated damages. C. Remove foundations from Church Road site. D. Build a basketball 2-court building at Church Road and include any leftover monies due to cancellation of the Church Road ice rink. E. Refurbish the existing ice rink. The costs for element A, which is the start of the Church Road 2-sheet ice rink, is $46.1 million. The cost of element B would be $12 million. The cost of element C would be $500,000. Element D, $7.95 million. Element E, $52 million, for a total of $102.65 million. The cost elements are taken from the prior comments, components, and cost elements. As you can see, the overall 30-year cost to the city of Bowie for both courts and ice is $102.65 million. Scenario 5 is 110.3% the price of Scenario 4. Scenario 6 is 119.2% the price of Scenario 4. It is important to note that Scenario 4 does not initially meet the needs of Bowie's 2013, but with demand, the 1-pod basketball facility can be expanded to exceed the 2013 recreational needs. Ice needs are met. It is important to note that Scenario 5 does not initially meet the basketball needs of Bowie's 2013 recreational needs, but with demand, the 1-pod basketball facility can be expanded to exceed the 2013 recreational needs. Ice needs, however, time's up on that one. And the last comment, it's from comments respectfully submitted by concerned citizens from District 1, District 2, District 3, and District 4. Those citizens are Greg Green, Michael Brown, Destiny Collins, Joanne Marshall Hobbs, Millie Hall, Robin Choice Woodson, Carrie Bridges, Melissa Richardson, Karen Williamson, Brenda James, Barbara James, Daryl Brown, Vicki Brown, Sonia McLean, Kevin Doby, Peoria Jackson, Viola Underdew, Gail Elkins, Maceo Choice, Monica Roebuck, Jasmine Hall, Alaya Jackson, John McCoy, Nicole Bell, Lynn McGill, Michelle Howard Lawson, Dominique Choice, Richard Alexandra, Narvell Hall, Jacqueline Herbin, Craig Herbin, Thomas Proctor, Velma Jackson, and Cassandra Brooks. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. This letter is concerning the May 18th, 2020 budget meeting, specifically the outburst of profanity used by at-large council member Henri Gardner. His unprofessional and disrespectful demeanor reflected poorly on the office he holds. Every elected official represents his or her entire electorate and owes them the full respect and decency in how they present themselves, and particularly their conduct. The ability to maintain professional decorum and emotional restraint is expected from any person in the workplace. Such behavior will not be tolerated in any place of work without dismissal. Somehow, we have placed someone in office who is unable or unwilling to conduct themselves professionally. There will undoubtedly be many more issues before the City Council where there will be more than one side. The very nature of public office is to be able to debate honorably and fairly and to handle disagreement and adversity in a professional manner. Mr. Gardner's demonstration of public anger showed disrespect not only to other elected representatives on the council and the duly elected mayor, but also to the citizenry who elected him. Failure to address this behavior creates an environment that encourages even more disrespect and unacceptable outbursts from the councilman. A clear message must be sent that this type of behavior will not be tolerated and council members will be held accountable for their actions. The bottom line is that there has to be some corrective actions taken to discourage the council member from any future unprofessional and disrespectful behavior. Elected officials must adhere to a high standard of code of ethics and conduct. Their action and words must promote an environment of inclusivity and community for the City of Bowie and its citizens. We, the residents of District 1, 2, 3, and 4, expect a public apology to the Mayor and District 4 Councilwoman. Thank you. And that are all the comments for citizen participation.
Thank you, City Clerk. At this time, the chair recognizes Ms. Sue Rivera so that we can acknowledge the recipients of the 2020 Green Citizen Award. Ms. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Council and all my friends. It is my delight to be able to read the citation that allows Ann Fleming to be our Bowie Green Citizen for 2020. I think you can see Ann on the screen, and she will have a comment afterwards. What I'm going to read, I hope you'll not only learn about her, but also use that to consider other people who do this kind of work in our community. It's really important that we recognize them. So, the Bowie Green Citizen Award is given out once per year to one Bowie individual deserving of this title in their exemplary work and devotion to sustainability. This year, the committee, made of individuals from both the Green Team and the Environmental Advisory Committee, is proud to present the award to Mrs. Ann Fleming. Since September 2018, Ann Fleming has been the Green Team sponsor at Benjamin Tasker Middle School, where she teaches 8th grade science as a special educator. She's the green captain of her family, encouraging them to recycle, use solar, and eat less meat. She acts as a citizen scientist by reporting birds who visit their home feeders to the Cornell University Feeder Watch site, and even installed a bird feeder outside her classroom window. With the help of the Bowie's Lions Club, of which she's a member, donating supplies and labor, and students have been able to refurbish the school's courtyard, make the tire planters for the school's herb garden, and upcycle handmade crafts for the holidays. Through the Lions Club, she met a Maryland Department of Agriculture entomologist who happened to be the first recipient of this award, Gay Williams, who gifted her class with 2 Madagascar hissing cockroaches as class pets. Think about it. One actually died and they had a funeral for it. Ann takes advantage of the special offers local businesses make for schools by getting discounts at Patuxent Nurseries, getting used grounds for the compost from the Starbucks at Bowie Town Center, and using Harris Teeter to support the school's sheet plastic recycling program. She's undertaken specialty recycling with Trex and Crayola, as well as recycling glasses through the Lions Club. Anne Fleming clearly demonstrates leadership in her efforts at Benjamin Tasker and in her personal life, and works to educate those around her, a true green citizen. She also serves with me on the Green Team's Green Schools Committee. She's an outstanding example of what the Bowie Green Citizen Award was created for, and we're honored to have her be this year's recipient. And I know now Anne wants to make some comments.
Thank you, Sue. And I am honored for the award, but I wouldn't have it if it wasn't for my Green Team members at Tasker. And I want to thank Dr. Hill for supporting our team and the Lions Club for supporting our team, and one of our community partners that I didn't get mentioned there, the Cleaning Authority, who keeps us in the gloves that we wear for the recycling efforts at Tasker. So thanks so much. The award is more than just mine. Oh, and it's this lovely.
Hey, thank you.
you.
And congratulations again to our 2020 Green Citizen Award.
Thank you very much.
At this time, the chair recognizes our council member Michael Esteve for Proclamation P720, recognizing former Mayor Gary Allen. Council member. Council member Esteve.
Sorry, struggling to get off mute. Yes, so I appreciate my colleague's time in offering a proclamation for someone I think most of us know very well, and that is former Mayor Gary Allen, who for several years now has been deeply involved in the city's many green initiatives, along with many of the folks who we just heard from. I am going to quickly read this proclamation into the record. Proclamation of the Council of the City of Bowie, Maryland, recognizing former Mayor Gary Allen. Whereas in 2007, the City Council called upon Mayor Gary Allen to launch the new EAC as its chairman. Whereas Mayor Gary Allen dedicated commitment to the earth and its protection, helped the city implement its environmental infrastructure action strategy plan, new policies and programs relating to the environment, public education and outreach programs that are an important part of the EAC's mission. Whereas in its early years, the EAC proposed local government policies regarding green fleets, climate change, and green buildings ahead of many other jurisdictions. Whereas Mayor Allen was particularly active in encouraging tree placement during the BGE Bowie Electric Reliability Action Plan, which helped green the community while achieving significant reductions in citywide electrical outages. Whereas the EAC has played a major role in formulating many other policy initiatives, such as the Green Buildings Policy, advocating for citywide recycling cart program, nature centers, wildlife habitats, green infrastructure preservation, renewable energy purchasing, green fleets, green procurement, and complete streets. Whereas the EAC was instrumental in making the case for the city to hire a watershed manager and sustainability planner to help implement the city's Green Bowie programs. Whereas Mayor Allen personally initiated a multi-city municipal idea exchange devoted to environmental advocacy and was a strong proponent of the Sustainability Maryland Certified Program, which resulted in the formation of the city's Green Team. Whereas Mayor Allen has provided over 13 years of enlightened leadership, direction, and guidance for city events, including the Green Expo, Arbor Day, the annual Earth Day celebrations. Whereas Mayor Allen's selfless work with various charities and nonprofits, as well as his professional efforts as director of the Center for Chesapeake Communities and member of the Maryland Forestry Board, have highlighted his sincere commitment to making the world a better place for everyone. Whereas Gary Allen has been a shining beacon to city residents, illuminating the path to a transformed and sustainable future through bold actions as defined in the city's sustainability plan, community climate action plan, and hundreds of initiatives reflected in the EAC's next 10 step towards a green Bowie. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Council of the City of Bowie, Maryland, expresses its deep appreciation for the many efforts of Mayor Gary Allen and his devotion to the city and its residents over a lifetime of services, and wishes him well upon his retirement from the EAC, introduced and passed by the Council of the City of Bowie, Maryland, at a regular meeting on the 15th day of June, 2020, signed Awilda Hernandez, Clerk, and Mayor Timothy J. Adams.
Second.
Hey. Thank you so much, Councilman. I don't know if Mr. Allen is able to join us this evening, and if not, former Mayor Allen, we want to thank you again for your service to the city and for all you do. And thank you so very much. And I think that also gets a round of applause from all of us. At this time, we have no city boards and committees, and we'll move into the council announcements. I would like to make a statement first, and then I will recognize the other members of the council. And for decades, the lives and livelihoods of African Americans have been relegated to the bottom rung of society. To date, African Americans have the highest rate of unemployment. More African Americans have been hospitalized and died from COVID-19 in comparison to other races. And unfortunately, as we've seen in the past weeks, African American people continue to be victimized and killed at the hands of law enforcement. Understand, all lives matter. But our lives have been dismissed and deemed meaningless and disposable for far too long. Recently, Mayor Muriel Bowser of Washington, D.C. boldly spelled out, and I mean literally, that Black Lives Matter on a 2-block long section of 16th Street Northwest and renamed it Black Lives Matter Plaza. The strength of the mural, which is located near the White House, puts in full view the movement that stands as a rallying cry for African Americans who have been marginalized and brutalized, and as a definitive call for action, and that we will not and cannot allow our lives to be taken for granted by anyone, because Black lives must matter. We must hear that Black lives matter so that little boys and girls can believe the dream of Dr. King, and that they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but rather by the content of their character. We must see that Black Lives Matter as reflected in a diversity on the board of directors or in leadership positions where decisions are made that impact the lives of African Americans. And some at the table looks like the African American communities they serve. And you must show that Black Lives Matter. You, meaning those in law enforcement or in authoritative positions who are entrusted to protect and serve all. The lives of African Americans are just as delicate, important, powerful, diverse, impactful, and beautiful as yours, and most importantly, they matter. Thank you. Having said that, I would recognize those of the council who have comments.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember Harrison. Thank you very much for that profound statement.
Councilmember Harrison, you forward, please.
Thank you. Just to piggyback on what you stated, as everyone may be aware, during the Board of Education meeting last week, there was a resolution presented to remove the school resource officer program from Prince George's County Schools. The city of Bowie is one of 3 municipalities with police departments that provide SRO services in our high schools, specifically Bowie High School. I've asked our Bowie Police Chief, Chief Nesky, to provide some information on the SRO program in Bowie for the residents' information and for also the council's information. Chief Nesky.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk a bit about the program. Excuse me, my phone didn't go up.
Ooh, Chief, you're breaking up.
Okay.
There you
I'm
go.
getting here. If anybody has their mic open to him, is that better now?
I think so.
Okay. I'll try to make it brief. one of the things that I want to emphasize as we go in discussions about the SROs is the dual purpose that we put them in for. And of course, the baseline is keeping the school safe, keeping be there for, the God forbid the chance of an active shooter, something like that. But one of the main reasons that we put them in there was to start to create relationships with our youth. It's a hard thing to do when the first time you've ever had contact with an officer is when you're under a stressful situation or something terrible has happened. We want those relationships to be built prior to that. And there's very few options that give better access to young people than the SRO program. And these students build a bond with the SROs, and I've seen it firsthand. I will tell you that we had a rather large fight on 450 between Bowie High School students and students from another high school. And the SRO at the time was Officer Stevens, and Officer Stevens goes to start to pull the pile apart. And one of the students is getting pulled from behind by Officer Stevens and doesn't realize who it is and turns and swings at him. The minute the student saw Officer Stevens, he was like, well, Officer Stevens, I'm so sorry. I've never done that if I had known it was you. And that's the kind of relationships that we want to build. And it's important that it's a two-way street, that the officer shows respect and builds that trust. And then in turn, the students show respect and trust. And that is the main reason for them to be there. Of course, there's going to be enforcement when needed, but that is not the main purpose that they're there for. In our philosophy, we wanted those relationships because what happens at that school often filters out into the neighborhood when they're dealing with other officers for whatever reason, that there's a baseline that they've gotten from working in the school with the officers. So, I don't want to overstep, and I don't want to say that, where it should go county-wise. I can say what our personal philosophies were for. When we started with one SRO at the high school, it was so successful that the annex asked for an officer because they wanted that same kind of consistency. They wanted that same kind of relationship. And I can tell you that Officer Mo over at the annex has built a great relationship with those students and the staff. And I think it would be very detrimental to both the community policing aspect and frankly, the safety aspect if they do decide to pull the officer from the school.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make one comment during this time.
You're recognized, Councilmember Hoffman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Been getting a lot of emails from residents, so I just wanted to clarify that bulk pickup rules return to pre-COVID-19 state starting July 1st. So July 1st is when we're going to get back into that mode of things. I know a lot of people have been having trouble with their bulk trash and their large, heavy items, but just know that July 1st we'll get back to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from any other council members at this time?
Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember Harrison again. Can I just say congratulations, a personal congratulations to Ann Fleming and former Mayor Gary Allen on their tremendous work and support of our great city. They have done so much to help build this city and make it the great place that it is to live, work, and play. So thank you and congratulations to you both.
Thank you, Councilwoman. If there be no other
Mr. Mayor?
comments from council members.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment.
Please go right ahead, Councilwoman.
I'm echoing most of the comments that were made today. One thing that I did want to point out was When we did attend, several of us attended the visual that was past weekend, something that we saw was a mass of young people who were involved and engaged, and very much so at the center of this conversation of their lives mattering. So I do want to let everybody know who's watching this, for all the residents, there have been a number of residents who have stepped up and said, you know, how can we get the youth more engaged? That's something that we're working through, and I just want to make sure that I put it out there so that everybody does know that we are working with those residents who have brought forth different ideas of whether that's developing a youth council or whether that's getting the youth in the city just much more engaged so that we can make sure that we're progressing together. That's something that we are taking into accountability, and we will be back with that in the next coming weeks. And then something else that I want to point out was a couple of weeks ago, we had on the agenda kind of giving funding to Larkin Chase. And I just wanted to give everybody a brief update on that because some of us in particular said that we were going to, next steps were find outside donations to make sure that we are supporting the healthcare workers in our city. So I just want to make sure that for everybody that's watching that you know that we have been working pretty diligently on that. If for those of you who may or may not know, Councilwoman Harrison and I have been working with Southlake, and they have sponsored lunches weekly for the healthcare centers in our city. So that's something that we've been working on for the past 2 weeks. We also do have a coffee company. Mayor Pro Tem Boafo and I have worked on that, and we will be delivering those coffee to our healthcare workers this upcoming week or the next week to make sure that they are equipped with the supplies that they need and that we are staying safe and we're still powering through this trying time. So I just want to make sure I updated everybody on that because it did make it clear that we were going to seek outside donations so that we didn't leverage our funds and we weren't leveraging tax-paying dollars to give to private entities. So that is something that we have stayed true to and we have been delivering on. So thank you.
Thank you, Council Member, and thank you for all the community outreach that you and the other council members are doing. It's greatly appreciated. Along those lines, I just want to remind people as we're starting to lift restrictions and we continue to move forward, that we get caught up in the lax approach or really even being overwhelmed by having been in this state of the pandemic for so long. Please still remain vigilant. And I'll just read off a couple of numbers to make sure that we remember why we need to stay vigilant. As of today, there were almost 18,000 confirmed cases of COVID, over 600 deaths, and over 2,800 hospitalizations. So as we've talked about before, please don't allow COVID fatigue to set in. Please keep yourself and your family and your friends and our community safe as we move forward. Hey, thank you so very much for that. And if there are no other comments?
I do have a comment, Mr. Adams. I have a comment.
The chair recognizes you, Councilman Gardner.
Thank you. There were a couple letters this evening that were written, read by this city clerk, Ms. Hernandez. And my question is to Mr. Matthews' staff and Daniel Mears, as well as the city manager. I'd like, if you could, those letters that came in, because I've received a couple requests from a number of residents that have just sent over text message, and I'm trying to respond to them all as they're coming in. And so forgive me, residents at home, if I don't respond, because I count them. And I have 38 text messages that have come in asking if staff could validate those letters and numbers and figures that have come in for accuracy. And I was asked to ask if staff could over some time, not tonight, of course, because we do understand that, you know, those letters were just sprung on you today. So they're asking if Mr. Matthews, City Manager Lott, as well as Mr. Mears, Assistant City Manager Mears, could validate those numbers and find out if, in fact, if they are accurate and if it's not just hearsay or if it is factual. So
there were five comments. The first four had a lot of, are the ones that were the same and had all the data in it.
Correct. I'm sorry, I have 46 text messages. 46 text messages of residents.
Well, yes, sir, we'll do some,
Someone
we'll do
just
some fact
said
checking.
that to me.
We'll do some fact checking.
Okay, yeah, they're asking for fact
And
checks.
get back
And then
to
if you could report it back during a hearing so that they at home could validate in fact if those numbers
We'll
are
be prepared
accurate.
to talk about it next time we meet.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Adams, thank you very much.
Okay, moving right along. Are there any other council members that would have any comments at this point? If not, we'll move to the city manager for the city manager's report.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, and residents outside here, we're, as you are aware from the emails I sent you, one was I forwarded the county exec's order, and you should have gotten a corona update from Mr. Cornwell today. We moved into phase 2 of the reconstitution of the city, and in conjunction with the county exec's plan. One thing of note that you should know about the city, effective 5 p.m. today, that executive order is in place, and we will be opening the lobby for the windows for people, and only that, with a lot of control. And you know, people will have to be checked for temperature checks, wearing masks, and they'll be able to go to the windows and get permits and that sort of thing again in standard time frame. That's just one of the changes that's kicking in. The rest is in the reports you got. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, you're on mute.
And you get the mayor off a mute award for the evening, Ms. Harrison. At this time, we move to the consent agenda, and I will entertain motions at this time.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second that we accept the consent agenda with only item H moved to new business. All in favor, respond with an aye.
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 Any opposed? Same favor. Hearing none, the motion carries. At this time, as we move into the new business, to the old business, if there are any comments or any questions at this time for staff, I would open it for the council to be able to ask those at this point.
Mr. Mayor, the finance director is prepared to present item number A there in old business. Byron.
Thank you, Al. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening, the Finance Department brings forth the emergency ordinance 0520, authorizing the transfer of certain amounts in the FY 2019-2020 budget. This is a normal process that we do at the end of year, where we try to analyze what our expenditures will be per our line item accounts and make the necessary transfers from other accounts with available balances. We have provided a memo, which I won't read from word to word, but what we try to do is to highlight those transfers that are in excess of $25,000 or more. And we have a few of them. If there's any question, I'm available to answer them. The staff recommends that council approves the transfer of funds to and from the necessary accounts in order to provide the necessary budget appropriation to cover the cost of those line item expenses.
Mr. Mayor, it's balls in your court, sir.
Okay, are there any questions or concerns at this point, discussions from this council? Hearing none at this time.
I'll make the motion. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we approve ordinance 0520.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we approve the ordinance. At this point, I'll call for the vote. All in favor with an aye? Aye.
Point of clarity, Mr. Mayor, I think there's a public hearing portion in this agenda item.
Do we have any participation at this point?
No, Mayor, there's no one signed up for comment for this ordinance.
Okay. So there is no discussion at this time. Having none, and it's been moved and properly seconded, I'd like to call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed, the same favor, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you. I'd like for us to now move to
Mr. Mayor, Mr. John Henry King is prepared to take charge of item B in old business.
okay, adoption of ordinance 0620. Mr. King, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. This is John Henry King, the Economic Development Director. 2 weeks ago, ordinance O-6-20, which would fund a Bowie business COVID-19 recovery program. Tonight, there is scheduled a public hearing, and it is eligible for your action to adopt that funding resolution. To remind the folks, the amount suggested is $2,030,000. There are 3 components to the program. There is a $50,000 component to assist individuals and families. There is a $30,000 component for the administration and sustainability of that from the staff end, and the remainder of the funding at about $1.9 million is to provide direct assistance to Bowie businesses that have been adversely impacted by this. Details are laid out in the resolution. The resolution essentially appropriates the money from the currently unappropriated general fund balance into the budget for fiscal year 21. That begins July 1st. And that ordinance places those monies in appropriate lines for further accounting. That's all I have for you.
City Clerk, do we have any comments for the public hearing?
Yes, Mayor, we have received 11 comments for this item on the agenda, so I will begin reading the first one. First one is from Ames Perry, Director of Food Resource LLC. Hello, Mayor Adams. I am the Director of Food Resource LLC, a woman-owned small business operating at the Bowie Business Innovation Center. I am also a longtime resident of Bowie. I am writing to ask that you approve the COVID-19 Business Recovery Assistance Program. My company, Food Resource, provides consultation on nutrition labeling to food manufacturers all over the country. We support many food manufacturers who are crucial to the country's food supply. Our clients are starting to feel the effects of the economic downturn, and the ripple effect is now having a negative impact on our cash flow. Since the pandemic shut down in mid-March, we have been unable to use our office in the big center at Bowie State University. This has made it difficult for some of our staff members to do their jobs, thus limiting the hours we can pay those staffers. We hope to keep our doors open because Food Resource provides services to essential businesses. To do this, we need help in the form of the grants and additional business assistance that the Business Recovery Assistance Program would provide. Next one is from Sonia Hobson, President and owner of Sage Services Group, LLC. To Mayor Adams and the Bowie City Council, my name is Sonia Hobson, CEO of Sage Services Group, LLC. Sage is a Bowie-based minority woman-owned business that started in May 2010. We are also a graduate of the Bowie Business Innovation Center located at Bowie State University. I am in strong agreement with the council establishing the Bowie Business Recovery Fund, and I ask that you vote to approve it. My company, along with many in this community, would immediately benefit from the access to grant funding and expanded business assistance services included in this initiative, because they would help us maintain and strengthen our operations. Our business specializes in providing engineering and training services to federal agencies. Since the stay-at-home order in March and now the phased recovery plan, our company has transitioned all work activities to teleworking. This means we purchase a collaboration platform for internal operations. We also purchased a training platform that will allow for virtual training, which is compatible with federal and state information security requirements. This has led to increased equipment costs and increased labor hours to manage the conversions. The Business Recovery Grant funding, along with the expanded business assistance programs delivered by Bowie BIC and the Greater Bowie Chamber of Commerce through this initiative, would accelerate our recovery and improve our ability to continue to be a small business economic engine for the city of Bowie. I appreciate your consideration of my request. Okay. Next one is from Donna Wright, President of Aurora Technical Systems, LLC. Dear Council, my name is Donna Wright, and I am the President of Aurora Technical Systems located in Bowie, Maryland. Aurora was founded in 2011 and is an SBA certified 8A and small women-owned business and a graduate of the Bowie BIC 8A Accelerator Program. I am also a longtime Bowie resident and alumnus of Bowie State University. I am in favor of the Bowie City Council establishing the Bowie Business Recovery Fund, and I recommend that you vote to support it. My company would greatly benefit from the grants and business assistance. As a small business, we face extreme challenges managing operations and getting work, recruiting and retaining qualified staff, and offering competitive compensations. To stay competitive, we operate under limited profit margins. We experience significant losses to business income and reduction in employees and 1099 staff hours when work abruptly ended due to COVID-19 pandemic. A major portion of our work is consulting services performed nationally at government prime contractor locations. When our customers closed their offices, 4 of our 6 projects were affected, resulting in over 65% loss of business income between March and June 2020. We do not know if or when the work will be reinstated. To get contracts, we incur considerable expenses in marketing, recruiting, travel, and training. Therefore, when customers eliminate the work, we are unable to recover the investment made to get the contract. As a result of the COVID-19, our needs include office technology to support a remote work environment, website upgrades to increase company presence in acquiring new work, revised marketing strategy focused on the new normal for work environment and customer needs, assistance in maintaining ongoing basic business expenses such as employee health care. Thank you for your consideration of my request, and I hope that you will vote to establish the Bowie Business Recovery Fund. The next one is from Kevin Duncan, principal of K. Duncan and Company. I am the owner of an accounting firm located in the Business Innovation Center on the campus of Bowie State University. My firm relocated from Silver Spring in March. I am writing to add my voice to the discussion as you consider financial relief programs for businesses dealing with the pandemic. Below is my list of challenges brought on by the pandemic. Mail forwarding from the U.S. Postal Service has been horrendous. Thus, getting checks from clients has been extremely difficult, creating a substantial hit on our cash flow. My staff has been unable to meet and project manage engagements in person, making us less efficient and those engagements less profitable. We had planned on hiring an intern from the Bowie State Business School to assist with our marketing programs. Not being able to do this has slowed our marketing processes. For K. Duncan and other small businesses, valuable assistance could come in the form of business grants at $10,000 per business, short-term loans with terms between 12 and 24 months. Your consideration is greatly appreciated. Next one is from Dr. Tissa Silver Kennedy, founder and managing director of Silver Kennedy and Associates, LLC. Hello, Mayor Adams and council members. I hope this message finds you doing well. I was pleased to learn that you're considering recommendations on how the city may assist businesses that are being adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. I am in strong agreement with the City Council establishing the Bowie Business Recovery Fund, and I ask that you vote to approve it. My company, along with many in this community, would immediately benefit from access to grant funding and expanded business assistance services that would be provided by Bowie BIC and the Greater Bowie Chamber of Commerce through this initiative. The Bowie Business Recovery Fund will help me maintain and strengthen my business operations in Bowie. At the start of the year, I moved my business, Silver Kennedy and Associates, LLC, onto the campus of Bowie State University as a resident of the Bowie BIC. Since then, many aspects of my business have been significantly impacted by the pandemic. I began 2020 working on a 12-month research contract in my specialty, post-secondary financial education. After stay-at-home orders were enacted, the contract was extended from 12 to 18 months at the same funding level. This one change caused a monthly revenue decrease of more than 30%. At the same time, I had works in production that required upfront investment. I am grateful that although business activities have slowed, they did not come to a complete halt. At one point, this was a real and unnerving possibility. For the meantime, I have adapted to doing more with less, but without compromising the standard of excellence I have committed to provide for my clients. As you are aware, many business owners are experiencing similar distress. Expenses are up, revenues are down, and financial support is needed, but often out of reach. My business was formed 2 years ago, and for now, I am the only employee. As such, it has been deemed ineligible for many of the largest relief programs. Please address the needs of many solo entrepreneurs like me who are working to grow their businesses and want to maintain their professional presence in the city of Bowie. In any case, as a resident of the city and a client of the Bowie BIC, I urge Council to vote to approve the Bowie Business Recovery Fund to support Bowie's businesses today and help us and strengthen our operations for the future. Thank you for your time and consideration. Okay. Next one is from Al Conti, President and CEO of Cybersecurity Innovations. Hello, my name is Alucine Al Conti, and I am the owner of Cybersecurity Innovations. Cybersecurity Innovations, CSI LLC, is an SBA certified 8A small business that specializes in designing, building, implementing, and maintaining cybersecurity solutions that address distinct needs of organizations. I am writing to support the city's Economic Development Committee's recommendation to establish a Bowie Business Recovery Fund as a client of the Bowie BIC. The proposed Bowie Business Recovery Initiative specifically includes funding for Bowie BIC and the Greater Bowie Chamber of Commerce to expand technical assistance programming that will strengthen and build resiliency for Bowie companies like CSI to ensure that we move successfully into post-COVID-19 business operations. This funding would specifically allow Bowie BIC and the Greater Bowie Chamber of Commerce to provide new business recovery webinars, an expanded entrepreneur open door program with new sessions with professionals for online marketing, business strategy, and specific government contracting topics, law, cost accounting, and market intelligence, plus the first Bowie Business CEO Accelerator. I am confident that approving funding for Bowie Business Recovery Initiative will allow businesses in the community to grow and reach new heights, thus furthering the community and the city of Bowie. Next one is from Wanda Rogers, Realtor and Office Manager of Realty Transaction Services, Inc. Impact of COVID-19 Realty Transaction Services. Factors that negatively impacting the real estate sales. According to a National Association of Realtors March 2020 survey, nearly half of realtors responded that homebuyer interest has decreased due to the coronavirus outbreak. Decreased buyer activity can be attributed to economic fears, furloughs, and social distancing. Mortgage rates dropped, but the pandemic made mortgage credit harder to get. Residential housing inventory is tight. Available homes were either taken off the market or shown solely by pictures or virtual tours. Before the pandemic, unemployment was low, wages were increasing, and mortgage rates were low. Now, unemployment is the highest it's been since the Great Depression. Home builder supplies were disrupted, delaying the new home construction. Realty transaction services impacts. The aforementioned factors all had a negative impact on income for realty transaction services. Agents worked from home and did not meet clients face-to-face. Buyers, uncertain of employment income, stopped actively looking for homes. Sellers, in fear of the virus, would not allow showings. Virtual showings, which are more costly, were used. Occupied homes were not shown. Greater demand on the internet. More bandwidth was necessary to ensure large files could be sent and received. Electronic signature software used. Electronic notary was permitted by the state of Maryland. Cash flow dried up for realty transaction services because transactions preparing to settle fell through. Payments for rent and utilities were delayed or minimum payments made. Fortunately, the utility companies were considerate of impacts of the virus. Applying for COVID-19 assistance, we fairly easy on the federal level, but minimum funds were provided because we do not have W-2 employees. Applying for COVID-19 relief on the state and local county level was much more difficult. Requirements for statements and documents normally not used by sole proprietorships was problematic and therefore not completed or not completed correctly, respectively. Okay. The next one is from Echo Uzo, the Education Director for Echoes of Nature. We are a 501c3 environmental education organization based in the Bowie area. We have been operating since 2002 and became a nonprofit in 2010. We serve early childhood centers, schools, public and private, adult facilities, assisted living, Alzheimer's, nursing care, etc., birthday parties, and community events such as the Bowie Green Expo, Bowie Fest, and Bowie International Festival. Most of our operating costs are covered by our program fees. We have received some donations. We keep our fees as low as possible to work with the funding of schools and early childhood centers. We work individually with each adult center's activities budget as they are different depending upon the size and location of the facility. Since March 13th of this year, we have been unable to present our regularly scheduled programs. April through August is our busiest time of the year, and we already began booking for spring and summer programs in January and February. Our programs have live animal ambassadors that we use to enhance our programs and to teach understanding, respect, and stewardship. We have over 100 animal ambassadors and are both native and non-native species. Most of our ambassadors come to us from shelters and rescues. We are a small organization of 5 staff, full and part-time, but we served over 27,000 people in 2019 with 707 programs. We were on track to surpass both sets of numbers for 2020 based on already created invoices and contracts. Because of COVID-19, we have come to a grinding halt. Half of my staff are unable to work as hours are based on programs scheduled. The other part of the staff has reduced hours and are mainly doing animal care rather than the educational programs. We have no new income coming in, yet we must take care of the animal ambassadors and maintain them in top quality care. We are operating on funds from 2019 and the early part of 2020. We have been unable to secure grants during this time as we are not a first responder type group. We have been unable to secure funding through the Prince George's Economic Department grants, as that is only available to for-profit businesses and they have nothing for nonprofits. Most of my staff live in different counties and therefore are ineligible for anything that Prince George's County has to offer for employees that are unable to work at their Prince George's County-based job. We did secure a loan through the PPP of SBA, but that is only for a few weeks. Even though the state is starting to go through the recovery phases, we will be impacted further than traditional businesses. Adult centers are within the last phase of recovery as they are the most vulnerable. We have been exploring doing virtual programs for our clients, but most adult centers do not have the tech to share virtual programs and they are not at the point of small group activities. Also, most of our clients are not going to get the same enrichment from a computer screen or smartphone screen as they would with an instructor and animal ambassador to interact with them in person. Even though daycares and early childhood centers are starting to reopen for families, most are not doing any kind of in-house visits from vendors. Many of our regularly early childhood center clients that we have visited for years are not planning to even be open during the summer, and virtual visits are not possible with many sites. We need funds to cover animal care and payroll through the summer and possibly into the fall. We are being proactive in thinking that we can serve our clients through new programming techniques. However, to create quality virtual programs will require updating existing program designs to be virtual, which in turn requires equipment and funding that we do not currently have. We have always been more hands-on and low tech in our programs, but that will need to be adjusted in order to keep pace and be appealing to clients as they are also looking into new avenues of enriching programs that their students and residents need. Thank you. Okay. Next one is from Marsha Lynch, Business Development Manager for Fed Choice Federal Credit Union. I work for a credit union in Prince George's County in the Business Development Unit. Most of our business, 85%, is conducted on-site at various federal government agencies. Like all government employees, we are not allowed in the buildings, and a majority of employees aren't there either. We must find virtual solutions to reach our member base for new members. We are uncertain as to what capacity business will return. Thank you. The next one is from Kim Zoes of Unique Health Clinic, LLC. COVID-19 pandemic has impacted my business significantly. We have a specialty in family medicine and mental health psychiatric services combined. Once the door was closed due to COVID-19, there was an increase in the call volume for patients who were experiencing COVID-19 associated panic attacks and anxiety. Immediately, the practice had to find another channel to engage the patients, providing them the critically needed support and coping skills, especially those with mental health challenges. Some were seen via telemedicine and kept stable. The practice has been weighing the challenges of opening without adequate staffing and resources needed to ensure the safety of the patients. The practice lost most of the staff members due to COVID-19 closure. The practice is presently behind by 3 months of office rent. What my business needs to survive the crisis. The data available has shown that proper hand washing, social distancing, masks, and gloves can help decrease the spread of COVID-19. The practice will need funds to add a countertop shield in the front office to allow proper social distancing between the staff and the patients. Front door personnel will need to be hired to ensure compliance with a face mask, hand sanitizer, assess temperature, and assess COVID-19 symptoms to determine the appropriate intervention. Our patients need therapeutic support at this critical time. The practice needs funds to rehire the therapists for continued patient support. The safety of the patients and staff is our top priority and the main objective. Hence, we are sharing our experiences and needs to survive the COVID-19 crisis. My bank is no longer accepting applications for the SBA loan at this time, and I have no other source of funding that meets these needs presently. I truly appreciate the opportunity to share how my business has been affected by COVID-19, and thank you so much and stay safe. And the last comment is from Lisa Smith, the Executive Director of Bowie BIC. Dear Mayor Adams and Bowie City Council members, I am writing to ask that you approve the Bowie COVID-19 Business Recovery Program recommended by the city's Economic Development Committee, and that you direct city staff to implement this program. As the Executive Director of the Bowie Business Innovation Center, a hub for business acceleration for Bowie businesses, I have seen the need for the proposed business recovery program come into sharper focus for the Bowie businesses we are assisting with every passing week since March 16th. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our small businesses in Bowie is unprecedented, and their need for financial support and additional business assistance continues to grow. Our professional counselors with the U.S. Small Business Development Center, Women's Business Center, and Procurement Technical Assistance Center all report a surge in business requests for their counseling services. Bowie BIC's free entrepreneur open door sessions with professional service providers, accountants, attorneys, etc. is oversubscribed, and we are doubling the number of sessions we schedule each month, and we must be prepared to do more. The Bowie COVID-19 Business Recovery Program is an investment in the future and the resilience of our small businesses. I appreciate your consideration of my request. And that's all of the comments for this.
Thank you, City Clerk. At this time, I'll provide each member an opportunity to ask questions and make limited comments to staff before entertaining a motion for us to move forward, table, or otherwise. Since Councilwoman Madu from District 4 placed this originally on the agenda, I will recognize her first. Will the Councilwoman from District 4?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. One thing that I want to start out with is if I could just ask my colleagues to be mindful of just approaching this topic and this debate with respect for one another. We all have varying different opinions and we all have varying different ideas, but I would like us to remain respectful during this time while we discuss this thoughtfully and just make sure that we're all bringing our ideas to the forefront, because that's why we were elected, to bring our individual ideas to the table. So I just wanted to make sure I started out the conversation with that comment and hope that we can stay respectful this evening. Going forward, I want to say 2 months ago, I brought this this agenda item or this topic to the forefront of the community because COVID-19 was is a serious pandemic that hit our community and hit our community very deeply. One thing that I kept in mind and that has always been at the forefront of my mind during this time with bringing this up is the residents. Because when you think about our business community, when you think about our entire community here in the city of Bowie, at the pillar of that is our residents. And I'm talking about residents who shop at the different stores that are here, residents who are employed by the different business owners who are here, residents who are affected during this time during COVID, and just our residents who we are elected to serve, who we report to, who we are here to honor. So that is the pillar of this entire plan. And I think it is mistitled when we say business recovery, because this isn't only about businesses. This is about our community and us fostering our ecosystem to get to where it is that we are trying to go. So one thing that I want to make sure that people understand is this plan, with a few additions, as it stands, is a holistic plan that has the ability to touch every person. The ideology behind this plan was never to help every single business within the city of Bowie. It was never to help corporations, the big corporations within the city of Bowie. It was the ability to make sure that the residents who are employed by businesses here in the city of Bowie that are affected by COVID are able to keep their jobs, and that we are fostering our community to make sure that the businesses that we would like to stay here in the city of Bowie are growing and are not being thrown out of business or being deeply affected by COVID and the things that are going on with this pandemic. So I want to make sure that you understand this plan is very holistic, from the chamber being involved, from the Bowie BIC, from us being able to provide, grants or opportunities for small business owners here in the city of Bowie, which you just heard from. This is a very holistic plan. When you think about the chamber and the Bowie BIG, are working together on programs for women-owned businesses, for minority-owned businesses, having training programs to make sure that the businesses that are here in the city understand what it takes to be able to apply for the programs that the state and the county already have. Now, what I want to make sure that I articulate to you this evening is that this plan is structured in a way that if somebody was denied, or if somebody is denied from the state and the county plans, then they would likely not be eligible for this program. And so I think our city staff has done an amazing job. Kudos to John Henry for preparing this program and putting together some strenuous requirements of what it takes to be qualified for this program. So I want to give them kudos. I know this evening there will be a couple of colleagues that will look at this program and say, well, maybe we're giving more money out to businesses than they're bringing in, or maybe we should probably look at alleviating taxes for businesses, and we'd probably have to do that for every single business to make it fair, or maybe we should just not do that because giving residents money away to businesses is not what we stand for. But I urge the community to think about, as we continue to grow as a city, as we continue to nurture our city, as we continue to enter into this next phase of life after this pandemic is over, we really want to make sure that our community continues to thrive. And with the last two months that this plan has been on the table, we've been able to hear from residents, we've been able to hear from business owners. My colleagues have had the opportunity to speak up and provide their comments or their suggestions or their amendments, and this is where we are today. So there are a couple of things that I'd like to change about the program as it stands today. I would actually like to, city staff articulated earlier that this program stands at $2,030,000. City staff, I just want to verify, is that correct?
That's the arithmetic as of this moment, yes.
Okay, so I'd actually like to propose a couple of changes to that, and then I'll hand it over to my colleagues to hear their thoughtful ideas as well. I would like to propose to knock that number down tremendously. I'd like to propose, instead of putting aside $1.9 million as a grant for small businesses, I'd like to propose that we change that number to $1 million and put that aside. I'd like to propose that we instead of putting a holistic $300,000 for the Bowie BIC and the chamber, I'd like to change that number to $200,000 going to the Bowie BIC to support the programs and the training and all of the things that they're going to do to encompass this program, and $85,000 for the Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to keep $150,000 at FSC. I'd like to keep the $50,000 to the food pantry, because I think that's a great way to give back to the community for those that need it. And I'd like to propose putting aside $20,000 for Employ Prince George's, because as Councilwoman Harrison and I participated in their last event when they were here in the city of Bowie and they gave out gift cards to residents who had been affected, it was an amazing event. I mean, it's a great organization for a phenomenal initiative where we are truly seeing the impact that it has back on our community. If city staff, I'd like to ask just a further question about the $30,000 and how you feel that would make you successful, which would bring that number down to a total of $1,505,000 instead of the proposed $2,030,000. And so I'd like to propose a question to city staff of what do you feel that $30,000 would make you successful in?
It's not so much a feeling as it is some pretty hard math. If we're going to get out, and here goes. The detail of it is roughly $12,000 to get some software so we can finally try and keep our own business list, get some reliability. We're at the mercy of others. We don't license businesses, so we rent mailing lists. We gather information as we can from permits. It's an imprecise thing, and the existing software we have doesn't lend itself to that. There are several products that are specifically designed to do that. So there's 12,000 there. Then there's the effort to get the word out to the business and to populate that business database. One of the things we've got to do at some point is go talk to the businesses. It's okay right now to ask them to contact us and tell us what's happening to them. But we've got to get out there and do that. I got to be honest, I'm one guy. There's 800 plus businesses physically here in Bowie. That would take a heck of a long time, and by the time I got to the last one, they may not be there, or the issues that were relevant today may not be relevant. So there's additional money within that $30,000 to hire a couple of temporary folks at the same wage rate that the Census Bureau is paying for canvassers to get out there and in one push contact all of our physically located businesses. That's excluding the home-based businesses. And those are the major components. There's a third piece, which is the cost of contracting with a mailing service to get a mailing list, to design and mail postcards, postage included. And there are a number of firms that are expert in that space, and we've gotten some budgetary bids from that. So altogether, that's what comprises that $30,000 for administration and sustainability. And I call it sustainability because if we're reaching out to businesses now and we don't capture the information that we can now, we're back to zero again next year and the year after that. It's been a frustration. It's something we've been working on at the staff level, and we're going to continue to work at it. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, John Henry. I appreciate that detailed explanation. So just to edit what I said earlier, then that would take it to $1,535,000, which would be the edited amendment on my side, because I think based off of your recommendation and everything that you explained that $30,000 would help you do, I don't think this is a one-time kind of effort for you. I think this is to really, like you said, to promote sustainability and to help you get a sustainable operations moving forward, as if we are going to be reaching out to these businesses. I want to just make sure that I close with this. I look at this as a real strategic investment into our future. If this pandemic would have never hit, I wouldn't be sitting here proposing something like this to you, because as somebody who cares very deeply about her residents and the people that reach out to me on a daily basis, I would never propose wasting any type of tax-paying dollars or anything like that, because that's just not my nature. And I hear my residents that are reaching out to me speaking up with their concerns. So I just want you to understand that this is, we couldn't have foreseen this pandemic hitting us as hard as it has. Those who have been displaced by the workforce, those who have been affected with their businesses, and this is a strategic investment into our future for the city of Bowie to continue to grow and thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. The chair now recognizes Councilwoman at Large Ingrid Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is, my first statement is, I just want to say, I want to applaud Councilmember Ndebumadu and John Henry for developing the program and putting the great effort into it that they have, and her concern and dedication to the residents of Bowie, especially the business owners. Before I move into any further comment, I want to ask our city manager, even based on the numbers that she just provided, and perhaps you or Byron can answer the question, can we truly afford this program? And if you can just kind of share what the impact would be on our reserve fund short term over the next 2 years, and would any losing our reserve affect our bond rating?
I'll start and I'll let Byron finish up here. I'd like to say, though, it's not my intent to or desire to become adversely involved in policymaking, since it just simply isn't my assignment. On the other hand, I am an ICMA credential manager, so I have to give accurate and professional recommendations. We have a revenue shortfall in this particular fund budget year that's going to be at least $11 million. With this, if we were to give out $1.5 million here or distribute that to worthy businesses, this will hasten the point. I'm going to let you handle it. This will hasten the situation where we actually encounter. We get to the point where we are no longer managing our fund balance, and we are become as close as we could get to be a deficit budget. This is about 2 cents on the tax rate. And if you add the 3 cents that we didn't spend 2 years ago, that puts us at least 5 cents in the hole from a tax rate perspective. Also, there's another factor here, a couple of the factors, then I'll hand over to Byron. We spent $2.8 million in additional fees and pay to get us through that 2-month-long ordeal called the quarantine. Now, we expect to get $3.5 million from Prince George's County. We've done all the paperwork to get there, but it hasn't come forth yet. Even so, if we got that, that just puts us back to even, because this would put us at least $200,000, $1.2 million in excess of where we were before the pandemic hit. I'll let Byron talk a little bit more about it.
Thank you, Al. Council, the city manager and I, a couple of weeks ago when we first heard about the small business grant, he asked me to look at what 1.5 million on the fund balance would have an effect on going forward. And at that time, I was looking at the unassigned fund balance at 26.8 million. I was looking at projected revenues as of June 30th as being 51.8 million, and just our regular expenses dealing with the COVID at 54 million. Then adding in the 1.5 million for the small business grant, That took us to total expenditures of $55.5 million. So that was a negative change on the fund balance of $3,700,000 or $3.7 million on the fund balance, bringing the estimated fund balance at June 30th to $23,200,000. That, at that point, represented 38% of expenditures. The city, again, as you know, in 2021 did not make a recommendation to increase property taxes for 19 and 20. So in our proposed year for 21, there's no increase in the tax rate. We just had an increase in the assessed value of the property. As the city manager just indicated, this type of increase would almost have a 2.5 cent effect on the tax rate. So we would be looking at a tax rate in FY22 of 5.5 cents just to bring us even to what we proposed in FY21. Now the effect on the taxpayer, if we look at the median price of a home in Bowie, which is about $326,000, the tax rate being 40 cents on $100 per assessed value. With that tax rate, it's about $1,340. When we move into FY21, the assessed value will increase 5%. So that property will be worth $342,300. With the tax rate unchanged, the increased tax burden would be $65 per household. If we increased the tax rate by the 3% that we projected, the effect will be $168 per household. Including the proposed business recovery plan would increase that tax rate again to 45.5 cents, which makes that increase $253 per household. As we started the FY20 budget, we had some changes, but the fund balance started at $9.4 million. The COVID-19 business recovery would take that to $11.5 million. And it will be a one-time hit that there is no offsetting revenue to recover that.
Let me finish. It's very likely. It's likely that, on a positive note, that since, you know, we generally underspend our budget, but with this COVID-19, that's something we can't plan on. We have to be delighted by it if we find out it occurs. But nevertheless, whatever the council decides, we'll salute the flag and get it done. Thank you.
I do have one more question. Thank you very much for the information. Do you foresee any unexpected expenditures due to the cancellation of the ice rink? Did you include those in there or no?
The ice rink expenditures for the FY20 year were included. Also, other revenue that we had lost during the March 1 date for COVID. The only thing that was not included in this particular information is the $300,000 that I mentioned to you earlier about the reduction in the highway user revenue.
Right. Okay. So basically what you're saying is it would be a struggle for us to, if we move forward with this program, we'd be struggling financially.
I'll put it like this.
Well, I won't say that we'd be. Go ahead.
At some point, we may have to account for the money.
Right.
For operational expense or the fact that it's no longer there. And that will be either by increasing the tax rate at some point next year and the year after that, and or reducing services. If if expenditures continue to outnumber revenues.
Okay. Thank you for the information. I do want to say that I wholeheartedly support our businesses, and I definitely want to see them succeed. However, based on this information, there are some unknowns, and I want to make sure we have the funds to respond to immediate issues. But I do support funding that will directly impact our residents. I'm not sure it's something we should move forward with now based on, the information that we just received. I don't want to see our reserve go down or an increase in taxes to our residents, anything higher than what was predicted based on the proposed budget and the budget that we supported and we voted on. So I would like to hear from my colleagues, but at this point, I'm not sure I can support taking funds from our reserve to support this effort.
Thank you, Councilwoman Harrison. The chair now recognizes Councilman at Large Henry Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor Adams. Thank you very much for acknowledgement. I do want to say to the Councilwoman of District 4, I do genuinely understand her desire to be helpful and sympathetic during this pandemic, because it's a really difficult time. It's been extremely, I'm going to speak from a personal level myself, it's been extremely stressful for myself. I've lost 2 family members to this COVID. I've lost a 6-year-old step niece, and my mother refuses to leave the home. It has been a very, very difficult and stressful period. And in fact, this has brought out a number of emotions of myself that typically I do manage to control a bit more. And it's just a difficult time period. So I truly understand the Councilwoman's desire to be helpful during this difficult time period. But I can't say that I want to place this burden on the Bowie resident, the Bowie taxpayer. We have to account, as the city manager, this city finance director, and the assistant city manager all said, we're going to have to account for the loss of monies, both from the revenue from the ice arena that we're not going to receive, as well as those monies that we tossed away, that were tossed away as a result of the cancellation of the ice arena. Those monies have to be paid back, as well as this business proposal. I genuinely see her concern for the local businesses and for the local resident. I cannot put this burden on my individual taxpayer of the city of Bowie. Looking at raising taxes, we're talking about roughly $300 a year on our residents just for this proposal alone. I understand that in this plan that both the BIC as well as the chamber, the food pantry, and Employee Prince George's have been included in this program as well. And those are programs of which I do believe have a direct impact on the lives of Bowie residents. The city of Bowie businesses have come to rely on the chamber. The chamber has been a mechanism or a resource of information for Bowie businesses, and not just Bowie businesses, but a number of businesses right outside of Bowie. So the Greater Bowie Chamber of Commerce, as oftentimes it's been referred to, and the BIC program, I do understand that a number of businesses and that have come to rely on the services provided by the BIC would fall by the wayside if the BIC is not there to provide certain services, as well as those at the chamber. I understand, having had conversation with the executive director of the chamber, is that a number of businesses aren't able to pay their chamber dues and fees because of the current pandemic, which the chamber uses to operate off of directly. So because those have not, that income has not come into the chamber, and the chamber is a mechanism that supports local business, I understand that we do need to keep the chamber healthy and doors open to our chamber. So a bit of the proposal where I find all of the proposal good and heartfelt, 100%. I would be honest. I would not be honest in saying that. So to be honest and being honest, I truly see the proposal being a benefit to local businesses. However, I do not believe that we can afford that with all the other monies that have been spent and tossed out. And but I do want to give my support to the chamber, the BIC, the food pantry, and Employ Prince George's, because I do know what they did directly to impact the betterment of Bowie residents during this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. At this point, the chair recognizes Councilman Mike Steve from District 1.
I'm happy to listen to my colleagues, Mr. Mayor, and reserve any follow-up comments for the end.
Thank you, Councilman. The chair now recognizes Councilman Dufour. Wolfley from District 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. I want to echo some of the comments made by our colleague regarding the sincerity of the effort, and I think that that's genuine, and I think that's a great intention. However, I do have some concerns. Part of the proposal I'm supportive of, but other parts I'm not. And I'll kind of start down my list and provide some insights as to my thinking. The first is the support for the food pantry. I think that that's a tremendous opportunity to reach out and serve a significant number of people in a meaningful way, to provide residents directly the assistance that they need. $50,000 is a meaningful amount of food that can benefit a significant number of people over a significant period of time. And I think that that's certainly worthy of consideration. I also think that the overall cost to the city is de minimis from that standpoint. And I think so the trade-off of saying, what's it cost me? It doesn't really register. And how does it benefit the recipient? And I think that's pretty significant. And so I think that that's really a good opportunity for the city, and we ought to consider that. Similarly, on the, I support the notion of funding some training. I think this, again, has a potential for significant impact, in large part because we're teaching others how to navigate through the current circumstances, whether it's how you manage to chase down opportunities for additional grants and funding elsewhere, or whether just how to weather the storm. So you're really putting in position an educational opportunity that will allow others to go further afield and, in effect, generate a lot more money through their learnings than we could possibly afford to give them directly as a handout. So that kind of goes into the notion of, teach a person to fish. We certainly can afford to teach someone to fish, but I don't think we can afford to go fishing for everybody and provide them, their ongoing sustenance, because this is not, I think, as we've learned, not a quick and in and out problem. This has already been going on for 3 months. We don't know how. We see improvements in the economy, so we've been told. I expect that that's going to still have a negative impact for a meaningful period of time here. So I think to the extent that we can fund educational efforts so people can learn to navigate circumstances, I think that's good. Where I have heartburn is on the larger expenditure line, which is the grants for the individual companies at $1.5 million, and I know we've changed numbers around here, and just for semantics' sake, that's the argument I think still holds. We're only able to serve about 300 constituents or 300 businesses. That's not a lot. We heard mentioned earlier, we have 800 businesses or so that actually have physical property addresses as opposed to just the work-at-home type businesses, which I know there's another significant number of businesses that fall in that category as well. So the business community at large, we'll only be really touching a small portion of them. However, while we have that reach issue, we also have another issue, which is what is $5,000 worth to a business, and how much difference do we think that can make over the course of time? And we heard earlier from a number of people or companies or people representing companies about the impact of COVID on their business at the moment, and we see someone who has 4 or 5 employees. Well, $5,000 doesn't really help much for 5 employees over the course of 6 months of COVID. I don't think we are going to keep that company alive and sustainable with a $5,000 grant. So I think that the efficacy of $5,000 is pretty limited. I don't think we'll end up with being able to save much, because I think ultimately it's very small. I mean, we heard commentary about credit union and that sort of thing. Other businesses, dentists, I couldn't tell if it was a dentist or an orthodontist, but case in point, the orthodontia, one client can generate more than $5,000 in revenue alone. So I don't think that the dollar amount is meaningful enough to the recipient that it will guarantee their survival and success. But I do think that we have a meaningful impact on our organization, on the city, and our finances. So there is a significant cost to us, I believe, in pursuing that. Life is not a balance sheet. We don't try and measure everybody and say, how much did you put in and how much did you take out? And we got to square up at the end of the day. But I do believe that we do have to look at a lot of the inputs that we get from the business community and how much we're willing to spend on that. And I think that this represents a significant portion. It represents, in the original form, admittedly we've talked about reducing, that would represent pretty much all of the business property taxes that we're currently getting from, it's not me. It's somebody else's mic this time. That's it. So my dog at home is recognizing me right now. So anyway, I do think that when we look at the balance sheet and we'd be giving away to 200 or 300 people all of the revenue that we generate in personal property tax from our entire business community, I think that that's unfortunately a little disproportionate. One of the things that I have a concern about is that this is a grant and it's not a loan program. I recognize there's difficulty in administering a loan program, but I have concerns knowing that at some point in time, these companies are going to turn around and we won't ever see our money come back. And I think that in cases where people are able to refund money, that's something that would be beneficial to the organization. The other item here I would say is that I think we have, perhaps as an alternative, an opportunity maybe to pursue a tax deferral program, so that we'd be in a situation where if once again, a qualifying business demonstrates that they have a need, that we could defer their taxes, which they could pay back without penalty or interest until in a subsequent year or post-COVID. That would eliminate the total burden on the city and allow us to recover the costs. And at the same time, we're not trying to take money from an enterprise that's trying to sustain itself in the middle of tough economic times. So I think that something along those lines I could support, but unfortunately, I think the costs associated are a bit too steep for that, notwithstanding my support for the other components. So I think that covers all of my points. Other than one of the other comments I'll make, and I'm not sure how we get around it, is that we know, and we heard from one of the companies that advocated for this, was they employ people from around the region. And I'm not sure that we should be using our tax revenues for supporting those, that broad a swath. I don't think we can afford to have that broad a reach. I think our focus has to be a bit narrower. So I'll leave it at that. Like I said, I'll kind of summarize my thinking on this, which is, I certainly support the food pantry type of approach. I think that's all very reasonable, and I think the training has the same outlook as well. I could support that, but I think the rest of the program I don't think I could support. However, there may be an opportunity to do a tax deferral program that could defer tax liability until we're post-COVID for qualifying businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. The chair now recognizes Councilman Adrian Boafo from District 3.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I want to start off by thanking my colleague, Councilwoman Ndebumadu, for her leadership on this. As you guys know, as everyone knows, small businesses are truly the backbone of our economy. Post-COVID, what you saw is Prince George's County taking the lead on the economic side and economic development, and small businesses really being at the helm of that, and us outpacing Montgomery County in jobs and in different things. And so Bowie kind of is that, that shining thing on the hill that allows us to continue to do that. So I do want us to, in some way, shape, or form today, and there's a lot of things to unpack here, right? And I thank staff for their presentation. However, there's a lot of overarching questions that I do have. And I agree with my colleagues, right? We're all here to put residents first. And so what are we going to do to ensure that this program, and any program that we pass tonight or within the coming weeks, but I hope it is tonight, because as my colleague did say, this has been 2 months in the making, right? And so whatever we do, it needs to really have residents first. And so the first thing I want to do before I get into questioning is kind of talk about this shortfall. I know I mentioned it in the budget hearing a couple weeks ago, but I want to talk broader about this because this is a big deal. What essentially staff is saying is that we're in a shortfall right now, and we're falling. Is that correct?
Well, that's a little bit dramatic for me, sir. We aren't falling. However, we are consistently using monies from our fund balance because there's a shortfall, not falling, but there's a shortfall between our revenues and expenditures. In this particular case, FY21, the budget we just went through, there's a $9 million, what's that number? $9,400,000 shortfall in revenue to expenditures. Anything, include this program or any other additional expense, will, simple math, exacerbate that situation. And that's what I was explaining. But we've been doing this. We've been in this mode since 2017, since I got here. I suspect we were using our fund balance before that too. But at some point, we have to make adjustments, and of course, we're going to do all we can to control spending. But if we add this $2 million, $1.5 million, that's that simple math. It goes from 9 to 11.
All All right, let's talk about the tax differential idea that the councilman from District 2 brought up. I think in theory it's a good idea. I just want to ask a couple of questions about it. If we're talking that we're in a shortfall, and if that is the case, right, which I think by the budget we've seen that it is truly indeed the case, right?
We have a deficit.
Yes. Okay. So if we're at a deficit right now, wouldn't taking more of our revenue coming in be a bad idea?
Well, it's not my job to categorize things as good or bad ideas.
However, I wasn't finished my question, sir, though.
It too would exacerbate the situation.
Okay.
Those would be monies we would not collect, and in the simple math formula.
And Byron, question for you. How much are we getting currently right now in our business property taxes?
On the business property taxes, we're getting just about 1.7 million. That's what we're estimating for 21.
Okay. So if we were to go the differential route, we're also still talking about spending the same amount of money right now, which puts us in the same situation. Okay. A couple other questions, and this is for you, Mr. King. In this current program, I know we're following some of the county guidelines and the FSC guidelines in terms of who can apply for this relief here in Bowie. How do we ensure that Bowie businesses directly, right? And I think the councilman from District 2 just mentioned you had folks saying, hey, we don't actually even live here in Bowie, but we really need this money. How do we ensure that folks who actually have staff that live in Bowie, that actually have folks who are benefiting from the county are getting this money?
There we go. My mute challenge today is with the microphone here. We're not attempting to ascertain where their employees are. The test we're giving is where is their business physically conducted? Are they in the city limits? It's the same test we use for someone applying for our revolving loan fund. You've got to have your business physically here in Bowie. And whether you hire 100% of your employees from here or none of your employees from here, the test we're applying is one of physical locality, because that physical locality generates that business personal property tax that we collect, that provides the opportunity for the Bowie resident to shop, as most of our businesses are in fact retail or service to the general area. But we're not going to attempt to categorize or review an employee list and say, I'm sorry, you don't have enough employees who are Bowie residents to qualify for this. The criteria that were established, I think, are very rigorous. And let me expand on that point. While you've not asked it, I think it's relevant here. 20 Bowie zip code businesses applied for the county grant. One was not funded. Quick anecdote on that. I do know the name of the business that was not funded. It is a kind of business that any one of us may consume the services of, although not necessarily from that business, as there are numerous ones of its kind in the city. It was denied funding for the program because it has a tax lien in the amount of $80 million to the Internal Revenue Service. Okay, I think that's probably a legitimate reason not to give them any more money, as they're not participating, certainly at the federal level. That leaves 19 businesses. I did a quick address check, not a map check. I could spot 4 of those 19 businesses that were clearly not within the Bowie geography. So we'll say, 15 businesses got that. Total amount in the monies granted from the county when everything is finally dispersed is roughly $890,000 to them. So,
one thing I'd like to add that I missed with Councilwoman Harrison's request, with regard to the bond rating, we enjoy a AAA bond rating. Now, in October, when we were about to borrow the $25 million, what Byron and we had to go to New York and be interviewed for an hour in 3 instances by Moody's, Fitch, and Standard & Poor's to affirm the bond rating. and we were cross-examined based on our management practices and the soundness of our management practice. So if we, at some point, need to borrow money again, and we still have whatever rating we have, we're going to have to go convince the bond professionals that we are a sound managed institute with sound policies. And we did a good job. We tapped dance really well, but we had a lot to help us. The music was really well. We need to keep our financial status as sound as possible in the future, so that we'll be able to meet our operational and our borrow money if we need it. Thank you.
A couple more questions. Mr. King, you just spoke about the businesses that applied for the county grant program. Very insightful information. Thank you for that. Do we expect, in your professional opinion, do you expect, I mean, at $1.5 million, $5,000 a piece, we're talking about 300 businesses that could benefit from this program. Do you expect that we use that $1.5 million in its entirety?
No.
Thank you. The last question I have specifically for you. You talked about 30K that's in this proposal. That's really for your office specifically to kind of update our business listings, get in contact with businesses. We don't have this in the budget already for you. I'm pretty sure that we've had this conversation.
That's correct. This is not, because the expansion of our business database effort was not something proposed for FY21.
Okay, I think that's a conversation we can have offline about that.
That's something, had we been proceeding in a normal world, I intended to submit it for the next budget cycle for FY2022. So you would have seen it in the requests a year from now. But that wasn't part of the work program we envisioned for this coming year. Again, all that was, our budget starts in January before COVID kicked us in the anatomy. And now to successfully implement it, we've got to ratchet up our business retention effort ahead of the schedule we had in mind.
Okay, and last question before final comments here. As I look at this resolution and the memo that was put together, the staff recommendation is to adopt the resolution, right?
You can only be talking to me, since that came from me. Based on the direction I had gotten from the city council, I was directed to develop this particular program and submit it to you. And as a result of that, we recommended that you implement this program if you choose to spend the money. And of course, the budget management at this stage is up to you.
So your recommendation was to adopt it?
My recommendation, in compliance with your directive, when we presented this, because there were several parties involved, and the questions that I'm answering now weren't asked before, well, not of me, but simply we followed directions and presented the program to you. And it's a simple mathematical fact that we have the shortfall, and this is a $2 million situation.
100%, and I don't want to go off the rails here, and I do understand we have a shortfall, and I do actually agree with my colleagues on a lot of this. I mean, there's a larger problem that we have to discuss and have to talk about, because we've been talking about not having an increase in revenue in some type of form for about a decade plus here. And so we need to think of creative ways, because I don't think any of us up here want to increase taxes. And so we have to strategically think of a way, and that's another conversation. I think my bigger issue here is that we have that this should be recommended to be adopted by staff, but we could have had all this detail maybe a week ago, 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago, as we had this open discussion about it. So I yield all my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Councilman. I'd like to turn back to Councilwoman from District 4 if she has any other comments before I make mine.
Very quickly, Mr. Mayor. I just want to. Sorry, yes. I just wanted to express my appreciation to my colleagues for having this discussion, and to the councilwoman from District 4 in particular for bringing this forward. I agree with the principle of the plan. I think Mr. Ragland pointed out that the vast majority of businesses that pay property taxes in Bowie are probably paying somewhere between 2 to 3 times what they're recuperating in services. And I think that's something that we forget. Most residents who are paying taxes, chances are they're, if not already, they at one point did, or at one point in the future will send kids to school. They're getting their trash and recycling picked up. They're getting their, they're getting a range of services. Businesses don't have children. Most businesses aren't getting their trash and recycling picked up by us. Most businesses, in addition to paying for law enforcement, are also paying for private security. So the idea that we would have a program that would specifically provide relief to Bowie businesses, considering that for the most part they pay well more into our system than we give back already, I think is 100% reasonable, especially given the circumstances. My main concern has to do with administration. I've had a lot of conversations with folks who are part of the Bowie BIC who support this program, and one of the things that I'm struggling to answer is making sure that the businesses that are benefiting, aren't just those that are in existing networks. My fear with a program like this is that just the reality of it is the businesses most likely to benefit are the ones who are already in BIC, the ones who attend the chamber functions, in other words, the ones that are already kind of politically connected. And that's not to cast any aspersions. I think that's more just a statement of reality, that that's how these things tend to go. My fear is that you're not going to see as many of the businesses that kind of have a serious brick and mortar footprint in the city apply. I'm thinking about the barbershops, the local restaurants. What we have seen in the last several months of county, state, and federal programs is that very often the businesses most in need for a variety of reasons are the ones least likely to seek and obtain assistance. And what I'm afraid of is that we might, and not through any particular fault, unique to us, but just as these things tend to go, we might run into many of the same challenges, where we end up kind of benefiting businesses that may very well be deserving of help, but aren't necessarily those that residents think of or that are particularly cherished in a communal sense, or that have a significant brick and mortar footprint in the city that we would be concerned about, potentially going under. Those are my only remarks. I'm kind of curious as to any follow-up thoughts from staff, but I appreciate the conversation.
Mr. Mayor, this is Mr. King. May I offer a comment?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. King.
Councilman Esteve raises a good point. Key to letting the businesses know is the outreach. That's part of that direct mail effort that's included in the $30,000 component. My vision for this is using the direct mail resources. Before we begin to accept applications, we send notice out to our business community so that will reach not only the brick and mortar businesses of our commercial districts, but it will also get to the smaller and the home-based businesses. We're trying not to discriminate in getting them the word, to try and overcome that hurdle of those that need it don't hear about it or aren't able to get in line right away. So we're going to make an effort to beyond what was done at the county. The county simply made a general announcement. We're open, get your application in. We are going to do some by mail outreach to our business base before we open the applications.
I appreciate you raising that, Mr. King, and I recall you mentioning the mail campaign earlier. But yeah, that would actually assuage most of that concern then, because the fear would be that, everyone who's connected applies, we run out of money, we're done. So if we're not even going to start taking applications until everyone is informed, then that makes me feel a lot better on that front. So I appreciate that being thought out.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yes, City Manager, you have a comment? Yeah,
I mean, we passed our budget on the 27th of May, and we actually took an extra day, a session that we was planned, so that everybody could feel warm and fuzzy. The only new number is the $2 million, now $1.5 million number regarding our budget. Everything else is public information and known. But it was my understanding, and the reason why we wrote the memo the way we did, it was that the majority of the council wanted to execute this program and gave the assignment to the EDC. So, but we're prepared to implement it if it passes.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilwoman from District 4, would you like to make any comments before I make mine?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've just got some things that have been stated this evening I find slightly puzzling. I appreciate all of my colleagues and their comments and everything that, all the ideas that have been offered up. It's been a very thoughtful and insightful conversation, so I appreciate everyone for, really working together to bring forth their ideas and thoughts on this to really do what we can for residents and our business owners here in the city of Bowie. Some of the stuff that I don't really understand is, I've heard the presentation given by our city staff this evening, but what's not making sense is, I'm not seeing, there's a certain level of, I would just be transparent, consistency that seems to be missing a little bit. When it comes to certain projects or certain things, and this is by no means intended to take anything that is similar to a shot or belittle or demean or anything like that to anybody, but what I'm trying to understand is when it comes to certain projects, certain initiatives, certain things, this same amount of emphasizing of our budget is not brought forward. So my concern is around where is the level of consistency and where is the level of transparency? If we're in a situation where we are falling tremendously short in our budget, that needs to be consistent in every meeting and everything that is brought up. That doesn't mean that on one meeting when we want to decide on a donation to X party that it's okay because maybe our budget doesn't matter as much that meeting, but then the next meeting, maybe our budget matters as much the next meeting. So this level of consistency, this level of transparency is something that I'm just quite frankly not fully seeing, in the sense that I don't see the same behavior every meeting when certain things are brought up. I mean, not too long ago, we're in a situation where we are falling extremely short in our budget, or we have been falling extremely short in our budget by city staff for a number of years, but those recommendations are still being offered. Like, for example, on this particular initiative itself, I guess my confusion was it says that it's recommended, and if it's not recommended, then that's something that we'd want to know for the last 2 months, but I'm not sure that that's what has been adequately stated during our council meeting. So what I'd like to see is there needs to be a certain level of consistency throughout every single meeting, throughout every single project that is brought forth to the city. It can't be a pick and choose situation. On certain projects, we want to be fiscally responsible, and other projects don't matter as much. We're not going to be fiscally responsible there. It needs to be consistent. So I want to ask John Henry King a question. John Henry, can you help me understand, based off of your experience here in the city of Bowie, based off of your experience interacting with the business owners and the business community here within our city, because I think we're all in agreement that there is a portion that we want to do for our residents. So I think that's very clear. So I won't ask you any questions on that. I think the part that's more at pause for most of us is this kind of business initiative. Based off of your conversations and your experience, do you feel, based off of the businesses that you've communicated with, that this is something that they need? And then the second follow-up question for that is, do you even foresee us, because to be honest, I don't foresee us using all of this at all. I just don't foresee that. So do you even foresee us using nearly majority of the funds that would be placed aside? And if you don't foresee us using majority of the funds, then it would just go back and they wouldn't have been spent. So can you help me understand, based off of your experience and the businesses that you're interacting with, what's your feel, what's your pulse for the lay of the land here?
I don't have enough of a sample of all the businesses to know what everyone's feeling. I know those that have followed what the council's doing have expressed an interest in the possibility of getting some additional funding from the city to either supplement what they have received from other levels of government, or as an attempt to get money that they were not able to get from other levels of government. Whether they were rejected, I don't think many were rejected based on the list I've seen here, at least at the county, or were just late to the table. So, as I said earlier, I don't think we'll spend all of the money. I would be very pleased if we got 300 applications that we were able to fund and did spend all of the money. but I don't think we will.
Thank you, John Henry. Yeah, so my comments stand in closing, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me this time. I would like to see the same level of consistency across the board for every project and every initiative that is brought forward to this council. This cannot be a situation where we are inconsistent and some days it matters and some days it's not. If we are truly in a decline here, and of course no one of us wishes that on our residents, if we are truly in a decline, then we need to operate as such, and we need to immediately meet and figure out additional ways to address that going forward, being as though we are in a pandemic, and we need to figure out ways that we can address that, and we need to maintain the same level of consistency. One thing I do want to point out is that there has been a lot of conversation around, COVID impacting our budget. I just want to keep in mind that we did receive a couple grants, to help us with our COVID effort. By no means am I insinuating that that's enough, but what I am saying is that we do have a significant amount of money that has been given towards those COVID initiatives. So I just want to make sure that I'm being clear there, but I would like to see from city staff and my council members to maintain the same level of consistency going forward for every project and every initiative. If we are truly in a situation where we are struggling financially, or we will be struggling financially, I want us to remain consistent, and let's not pick and choose what projects matter more over those that don't matter enough, in your personal opinion, to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank all of the council members for their input as well as staff on this issue. At this point, I think I'd like to sum up a couple of things. And that goes back to one of the things I can remember being told a while back about the city of Bowie itself. And that was, through its evolution, the city of Bowie has always been business friendly. And that's who we define ourselves somewhat as being. We love our city, we love our citizens, but we also know that a part of the fabric of the city is also our small businesses and what they contribute, from the barber shops to the small shops to all of those things. I think as we look forward, we do know that it matters. What we do for our small businesses is a matter of, in some cases, maybe not all, but in most cases, probably helping our community, helping our neighbors. We talk about wanting to move forward, and we talked about wanting to get those high-end companies to take a look at Bowie so that we can have those cybersecurity companies, those high-tech companies, take a look at coming here and being part of that. To be able to do that, we have to show that we are business friendly. And we have to have those amenities, those small businesses here to support them as well. We can be helpful to those who may not need large sums of money, but as a businessman, I know that $5,000 for a small business, especially if you're looking at some of the other resources, can make the difference as to whether or not you open your doors or you can maintain your doors open during this environment. So it does matter. And one of the things I think we've heard over and over is that this is a maximum amount. I'm not sure that we will utilize all of this, but it is a maximum amount that we're doing. And we know, and let's just be candid, we put some other monies back into the city coffers by some of the actions we've taken in the past. And we know that we need to make sure that we are that city that looks to help our friends, our neighbors. Making sure that we keep our barbershops open isn't just about the barbers. It's about all of the city residents who go to that barbershop or that hair salon. It's about all those who have an opportunity to engage and be a part of those small businesses. And for us to be able to say that we can support this and we should support this. So my point to that is, I don't expect that we will utilize the maximum amount of those monies, but I do believe supporting businesses in our city is important, not only to the businesses, but to our residents as well. And so Having said that, again, thank you, everyone. At this point, I will open for Councilwoman from District 4, if you have a motion at this time.
As the councilwoman is forming her words, let me add a couple of administrative comments. We are working from an amended by interlineation version of the ordinance that was previously introduced. That amended interlineation did not change the substance. It corrected some typing errors that I introduced, unfortunately. So we're working from that document, and it's important that accepting the amendments be part of any motion that you make to proceed with this. And the second point is you have not acted yet to change the dollar amounts. Only by the councilwoman's comments were suggested changes to the dollar amounts made in the resolution. So we'll be looking for something of that order as well, if that's your intention.
Excuse me, John Henry, can you just repeat I'm not sure I fully understood. Can you just repeat the last part again?
Sure. You suggested some changes in the dollar amounts, but there was no council consensus. So the ordinance and the dollar amounts is introduced. If you want to change those, you need to take some action to change that, whether it's by your motion or by consensus before moving the motion, something like that. I'm just kind of trying to feed you some lines here so we don't say, stop, you got to say that different. But I'll say that too if that happens.
It should be put in the motion.
I appreciate that. So basically, I just need to make a motion to amend the dollar amount. Okay, thanks.
Correct.
Sure.
Sure. I just have one clarifying question before, I'm sorry, Councilmember Ndebumadu. We're voting now to, or whether or not to adopt the ordinance, and then under new business, we're adopting the resolution to establish it. Could you just clarify how that's going to work and what we're really doing?
There are some occasions when I'm talking through my sitting anatomy here. The whole package tonight to deal with our response to COVID has three pieces. There's the ordinance of funding, which includes a program to fund. Then there is the resolution to establish the program. We had lengthy staff discussion, and it was concluded after advice from the attorney that we do the ordinance before we do the program. That's just a quirk of the timing of ordinances and things like that. So actually, under new business, we'll be coming back, and whatever, if you make dollar changes, we'll simply be amending the program and the dollar amounts called there. Because you'll notice that action, the new business action under item 37, the resolution 3720, is pretty much Exhibit A, simply restated. So we're doing that. And the piece that was pulled from the consent agenda for discussion under new business is a no fiscal impact administrative guidance to the city manager. So yes, you get three pieces to act tonight. The second one of which is very seemingly duplicative of the ordinance action you're going to take.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to accept the ordinance and amend the actual dollar amount of the program. So my amendment goes as far as $300,000 for the small business grant, $20,000 for Employer Prince George's, $200,000 for the Bowie BIC, $85,000 for the Chamber of Commerce, $150,000 for FSC, $50,000 for the food pantry, and $30,000 for the administrative services from city staff, bringing that to a total of $835,000.
Second.
Would you also be including in that amendment the changes made by John Henry in his document?
The amended interlineation, yes.
Oh, yes.
Quick question on the motion. Can you give me those numbers?
Go ahead, Councilman.
Can you give me the numbers one more time, please?
Yeah, sir. So that's going to be $300,000 for the grant for small businesses, $20,000 for Employ Prince George's, $200,000 for the Bowie BIC, $85,000 for the Chamber of Commerce, $150,000 for FSC, which is the administrating tool, and $50,000 for the food pantry. So basically, that is just essentially, adopting what most council members are in support of, with lowering the small business grant from 1.5 to just $300,000.
I have a point of clarification. A question on the motion. Mr. King, FSC we have at 150, and I'm assuming that was for their services of processing potential amounts listed at 1.5. If that number is coming dramatically down, shouldn't we expect that the FSC number should also come down dramatically? Correct. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just realized that. Yeah.
The arithmetic to get to the 150 was based on our agreement, which calls for any money we give them, they get a 10% fee when we fund.
So what we should do is a 10%
So
of the
if you're
three.
taking
Okay.
the loan amount down to 1 million,
to
under our
300,000.
agreement, all we would owe them is $100,000.
So under so what you're saying is that the current stance will be $30,000.
Point.
No, the FSC is not the 300,000. The FSC is the 150.
Yeah.
The
But
150 it's arithmetically arrived at as 10% of the $1.5 million.
Correct. And 10%.
If the 1.5, if the dollar amount for the grants, which are to be administered for us by FSC, is reduced, that $150,000 amount could be appropriately reduced.
To the 10%, making it $30,000 if the motion stands at $300,000 for the grant.
No, the $300,000 is going to a different place. The $300,000 is a grant to the Bowie Business Innovation Center.
I think you misunderstood.
No. Yeah. So the councilwoman
No,
just.
you don't. If you're making a change to the FSC, you're not. The FSC line is simply the fee under the agreement to administer the amount of money we're placing out for loan.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm amending that.
Okay, then I've got to, what are they gonna do with that extra money? The FSC doesn't.
That's what we're asking you, if that number would come down.
Yeah, that number should be 100,000. If you're reducing the amount of money you're giving to the businesses, you've
To
moved
$300,000.
$300,000 is all you're giving to business?
Correct.
That's the size of your total loan fund?
Correct.
I'm missing something. I thought we were at $1.5 million here in this overall.
She just amended it.
With
yeah.
taking into consideration all that's said tonight, it's been changed. I asked to lower it.
I'm just,
I can't hear.
okay, then I didn't hear a number reduction.
Yes.
Yes, so the number.
The amount to FSC would be 10% of whatever dollar amount you are placing in
Okay.
the loan, the grant to business line.
Thank you, Mr. King. So that makes it.
And just a follow-up question really
30,000.
quickly. Could that responsibility be given to the BIC or the chamber instead of FSC?
No, because we have the contractual agreement, and they administer any money we give out. They're the right entity to do that. And while you've opened up the question about right entities, we did not specify money for the Bowie Chamber, as their involvement in this was in partnership with the BIC from the original proposal. I have serious concerns about their ability to deliver anything, as everything they proposed to deliver was part of their partnership with the BIC. Standalone, there is no clear deliverable for that 85,000. So I would strongly recommend that you retain the entirety within the words accompanying the allocation, even if you want to reduce the total amount.
Could you clarify that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you started at $300,000 for the Bowie BIC, which
Correct.
they were to use in partnership with the Bowie Chamber.
Correct.
If I correctly understood the numbers, you are changing that to $200,000 for the BIC with and an additional $85,000 specifically for the chamber.
Correct.
I'm saying I do not recommend to you that you specifically contribute direct to the chamber. I am recommending that you continue to keep that money within the grant. The Bowie BIC is better positioned to administer that.
Henry, I'm sorry, go ahead, finish. I didn't mean to step over you.
No, the Bowie BIC is better positioned to administer those monies on behalf of the city. The chamber will get money through that based on the agreement they're working out with the BIC.
Yeah, one of the issues there was I believe the Bowie Chamber of Commerce said they were looking at what they would be doing in conjunction with the Bowie BIC, that they could reduce their cost slightly to $85,000. So what you're saying is we should just, instead of making it 300, if they could do a 15,000 reduction, then we should simply say it's 285,000 for the Bowie BIC and the chamber working with them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, just gonna restate the motion.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so I make a motion to adopt the ordinance and amend the dollar amount to $300,000 for our small business grant, $20,000 to employ Prince George's, $285,000 to the chamber, which will work with the Bowie BIC. That's, I'm sorry, no, sorry. $285,000 to the Bowie BIC that will work with the chamber, $30,000 to FSC to administer the loan, and $50,000 to go to the food pantry, leaving us at $685,000.
Now, did we include in that the monies to go to our economic development with John Henry? The 30,000 for him to upgrade at this point?
No, we did not. I'm sorry, I must have missed that. So that would bring it to 715. Did I miss? I missed that. Yeah, it's 715. 715 to add the 30.
So are we
Thank you.
clear on that now? And bear with us, everyone, as we're trying to make sure we get these numbers correct. We're trying to be good, fiscal, responsible as council members. So,
And Mr. Mayor, if I could provide a clarification, could the city clerk please read back the amendment that was just mentioned, just for everyone who's watching on TV, since we did just go back and forth, please?
yes, please.
Okay. So Councilmember Debumado's motion was to adopt the ordinance 06-20 with the following amended dollar amounts. So it would be $300,000 for the small business grant, $20,000 for employee Prince George's, $285,000 to Bowie BIC, which they will work with the Bowie Chamber, $30,000 to the FSE, $50,000 to the food pantry, and $30,000 for the administrative services, for a total of $715,000. And also to include the amended interdelineation comments that were presented in the ordinance for corrections. That's what I have as the motion. Is
Okay.
that correct, Councilmember Ndebumadu?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
so it's been moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, discussion.
Mr. Mayor, discussion?
Mr. Mayor, we're missing discussion.
Okay, if further discussion, go right ahead. Who did I hear first? Was that, we'll open it up for discussion. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is Councilmember Gardner. I do have a question of Mr. King.
Councilman Gardner, you are recognized by the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. King, you mentioned, you referenced FSC. Do we have a contractual obligation that we have to use them to facilitate any funds that are going to local businesses through this program?
No, we have an existing contract with them that we can use to administer this grant fund without having to recontract or recreate or find a new vendor. They are the executive agent for the county in the county's grant fund, so they already have the infrastructure in place to receive, review, and process, as they have been doing now for almost 20 years on our revolving loan fund. So it makes sense to go with the folks that can deliver it. They are part of the infrastructure we have at the county that we leverage, just like we're using Employ Prince George's to help our residents, and we use the Explore Prince George's to help our hotels, and we use the Economic Development Corporation to help in our marketing efforts. The Financial Services Corporation, FSC, has been our partner for 19 years now in managing our money, so we don't have to create our own infrastructure.
Understood. And
we set the terms. They handle the work.
My question today is because, I'm just going to say, I don't want to spend the taxpayer dollars, period. So if we are spending, I'm looking at methods to being a bit more frugal. As Councilman Brothel mentioned, Mayor Pro Tem Brothel mentioned, he's asked if we were going to be spending basically, and you answered the question, which we know now, we're not going to spend $150,000 to give away $300,000, which I understand that it's a 10% fee. So if we're looking at $300K, we're talking about roughly 30 grand. I want to find a method, Mr. King, to keeping that 30 grand in-house. Because if we're talking about $300K, we're not talking about a large amount of businesses. We're talking about a handful. And it is my opinion, and I heard when Councilwoman from District 4 mentioned that she asked a question, if the chamber or the BIC or one of those firms that are going to be receiving services or assistance as form of a grant from the city of Bowie, that in turn, if they could administer that as a form of responsibility for receiving these funds. I'm trying to save money every area we can go to, and maybe with some oversight from your department or the EDC. I know typically, as you mentioned, FSC is where we've gone with the 19-year relationship and where they've administered or managed our funds in that aspect. But I'm trying to save monies, and being that this is a smaller amount, I'm thinking that we might look at a more manual approach to this, to saving funds. $30,000, because the proposal has 20 grand for Employ Prince George's. I'm just trying to save money, Mr. King. I will pride myself in being a fiscal conservative in that aspect. Yes, I don't want to spend any money, period.
The best way to save money is to use our existing contractual relationships. FSC First is our provider of and administrator of our loan funds to business, just as the Bowie Business Innovation Center is our focus for providing small business training and technical assistance. We've got a good set of partnerships already in place. It would be no savings to try and find someone else.
And
We
I'm
would be
gonna ask-
risking all of it.
And I want to ask you this question, Mr. King. Does FSC also deal in the collection of those funds? If it's a loan or a grant, do they? Oh, they do,
Yes.
Mr. Matthews? Okay, Mr. Matthews.
They've
shook his
been
head. It's the
loaning,
same, yes.
they've been loaning the city's money and collecting it and reloaning it for 19 years now.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Mayor, I have one, yeah, I just have one more comment or one more question, clarifying question.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. Mr. King, in regards to rolling in the funds for the chamber into the BIC, I wanted to ask why we need to do that, because I feel like they need a separate amount and not going through the Bowie BIC
It
to
becomes
support
a
their
matter of
efforts.
whether you simply want to grant them money to make up for the money they're not able to collect, or if you want them to deliver services. They were a partner in the BIC's original proposal. Money for them was included in the $300,000. It's still included that way, and the BIC has the ability to coordinate and deliver the training services. And the chamber will be most effective in partnership with the BIC. They will not be able to be as effective standing alone in this matter.
Okay, I mean, I don't want to disagree with you, but I guess I would I would like to hear from the chamber on that, because I disagree with I think their efforts would definitely be something that they could do outside of what we're doing with the Bowie BIC. So I kind of beg to differ on that.
Love to hear John, but we're going to differ a little bit on that.
Yeah, I think their funds should be separate.
She wasn't asking for a debate with me. She stayed in position. She's entitled to do that. I did.
No, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. King, I know we're going back and forth on this. I just want to also I just want to be on the same page with my colleagues here, because I do agree with them that obviously the chamber can do some good work for us. But are you saying that they never put up an initial proposal to be a part separate? You know, it doesn't make sense to give $300,000 or $200,000 in this case to the Bowie BIC and then the $85,000 to the chamber separately. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that their proposal and helping in this recovery program was tied together with the Bowie BIC?
The latter. Their proposal was tied with the BIC. They were brought into the concept by the BIC at the encouragement of Mr. Ragland. They have participated in that. They can be most successful in this effort, and we can make the best use of any money we're placing in this effort by dispersing it as it was written at whatever amount you choose.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand things correctly. So the proposal was put together with BIC in mind. They brought in the Chamber of Commerce. They developed a plan against which they would spend this money. So currently, if we were to appropriate any money for the chamber on its own, there's nothing against which they have a plan for, correct? I mean, we wouldn't have a proposal. We're just giving money to the chamber without a corresponding expectation?
Yes, sir. That is what I'm saying.
May I answer that as well, Councilman? From my understanding, when the Bowie BIC and the Bowie Chamber of Commerce submitted that, the Bowie Chamber of Commerce in that document has their own set of deliverables that they'll be working with within that BIC, that actually has their own deliverables for that $85K. So there is delineated, from my understanding, from the chamber, that it is in there. It is in that proposal they made with the BIC. So that $85K is basically was them saying that they could fulfill the obligations that they had stated in that agreement with the Bowie BIC.
So if that's the case, then there's no need to separate it because it's already inclusive within the proposal. Otherwise, we're giving twice the money. So we're giving it once to the BIC to help with the chamber, to incorporate the chamber, and then we're going to give it again to the chamber, so we end up doubling down.
No, it's the 285, 200 for the BIC for their deliverables, 85 for the chamber for their deliverables. And I think Sherman Racklin is somewhere around. And Sherman, if you could give us some clarification, if the council doesn't mind, I'd really like to hear that.
Mr. Mayor, happy to. I don't know if you can hear me okay. Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Be happy to. I understand the complexity of the issue. I would raise two issues. One, the chamber has worked very closely with Lisa Smith at the Bowie BIC to come up with a specific plan. I do not believe the chamber's initial request was for 85,000. So if you're reducing the dollar amount from 300, essentially what you're doing is you're transferring money from the BIC and giving it to the chamber. I would also state that there's a precedent for the city to entrust dollars to the Bowie BIC. I don't believe there's any precedent for the city council to award direct money to an organization, a lobbying organization fundamentally. However, it is a policy decision, and as a policy decision, that is what you and the council are charged with doing. I tend to agree with Mr. King, which is that there was responsibility for oversight with the BIC in managing what the chamber will be doing, which is fundamentally an outreach exercise. And to disconnect the two, the council is now deciding that it wants to decide how to manage the chamber. And that's obviously goes along with the responsibility of awarding dollars directly to.
And that goes back to, thank you so much, because that clarifies and goes back to what I was stating a little earlier, that in the proposal, it was originally 100,000, my understanding, for the Bowie chamber, as well as the 200,000 for the Bowie BIC for them to do the combined outreach and program that the Bowie BIC was doing with them and doing it, in working with them. The Bowie chamber came back and said, well, we understand there's concern about dollars. We believe that what we, in working with the Bowie BIC, can do is diminish that by 15K. Now, if that isn't the case, I thought we were saying that that was going down to 285. Is that not the case? Did I miss that? Are we still giving 300 to the Bowie BIC?
No.
Now, the motion was for 285 to the Bowie BIC, and they in turn were to work with the Chamber of Commerce on it.
So they addressed that. So, okay. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Sherman. I mean, Mr. Ragland. Okay. Any other discussion? If not, Madam City Clerk, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Sure, Mayor. Councilmember Ndebumadu.
Aye.
Councilmember Balfo.
Aye.
Councilmember Wolfley.
Nay.
Councilmember Esteve.
Aye.
Councilmember Harrison.
Nay.
Councilmember Gardner.
I'm saying hesitantly nay, but I want to come back with a motion to clear it up because we got to do something. Yeah, so I'm hesitant in saying nay.
Okay. Mayor Adams.
Yay. Aye.
Okay, the vote is 4-3, 4 ayes, 3 nays.
The motion carries.
So I need to ask a question, if I may. Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor? I do want to make it known that I was supportive of, I just had some hesitant. just so that a recap, if the city clerk could tell us how much money has been awarded tonight and to which organizations. I just want to make a note. But I really would like to stress that funds go directly to the chamber as opposed to through the BIC.
Well,
And I did want to, I was going to ask, I know the motion passed, but I did want to see, as opposed to 85K going to the chamber, I was hopeful that, because I spoke to my colleagues, that we could have done 100 even to the chamber. But
I think
it's coming back on a new business. Okay, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Rossi informed me that it's coming back on a new business.
why don't we continue where we are with the agenda? As you said, we'll be visiting again, and bear with me as I back to our agenda. The next item on our agenda is, I think we move into the new business now.
Yes, Mayor,
And
it's
the
a new
draft climate
business.
action plan.
Yes, sir.
Are there any public comments?
No, we're going to have Mr. Minard first do his introduction, and I believe Mr. Allen has a PowerPoint presentation.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Minor. If you could go ahead. You have
Okay. Good evening, Council and Mayor. Joe Minard, Planning Director. I'm just here to provide some background and introduce this item to you. This is the draft climate action plan, and it's been put together by the Environmental Advisory Committee working with the Green Team. And both groups have passed a motion in support of the plan back in February. We did post this draft climate action plan on the city's website and ask for public comment. It's been up there for a couple of months now. We received comments from 2 individuals, and we attached those comments to the packet that you received. We also followed up with email responses to the people who commented. And at this point, we're out here providing this document for council's review as a public hearing item. And we recommend that council approve the plan. And if there are any other additional items that council wants us to include, we can make those revisions and bring a resolution of approval back to you at a future agenda for your approval on the consent agenda. So our recommendation to you tonight is to approve the public hearing draft. And we have with us this evening the chair of the EAC, Mr. Gary Allen. Also, the vice chair, Mr. John Teasdale, is here, as well as Mr. Stephen Warenberg of the EAC, and they want to present to you the highlights of that plan, and we'll be available to answer questions after that.
Thank you, Mr. Minor, and congratulations again to former Mayor Gary Allen.
Mr. Allen, your mic is muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
There you go.
Good, thank you. Mr. Mayor and Council, good evening, and thank you very much. I think I want to start out by saying thank you for the recognition afforded me and the support that the council provided in voting for that proclamation. It came as a total surprise to me, and I want to thank every council member present, and frankly, many councils in the past that have contributed to moving this community forward in its quality of life goals vis-a-vis the environment. It's been my pleasure to help lead that effort. It's been my pleasure to propose a number of steps toward making the quality of life an improvement over the past, well, I think it's nearly 20 years. Although, frankly, as I look back on some of the earlier comments in this meeting, I can't help but reflect that even on things like school officers or officers assigned to it, long before there was a police force, the city was contributing to public safety and working with the local school system to help establish goals there and providing support for the local education community in that. I want to recognize the efforts that all of you have made this evening. You've had a long meeting. The hour grows late, the time grows short. So let me move to this presentation that we've prepared. We'll try to be brief in it and highlight some of the issues that the Climate Action Plan proposes for the city of Bowie. And I want to thank Joe Miner for his and staff support for the recommendation they've made in support of the plan that citizens have worked on for over a year. I haven't had the opportunity to work previously with Awilda on this, so I'm hoping that we can get through it without too many glitches. And it's a brief presentation. I think it's important to kind of recognize as we start out that the city's been going down this trail for quite a few years now. Our first effort in establishing goals for the city in greenhouse gas reduction through a variety of specific challenges was passed in 2009 when the council adopted some of the most far-reaching and early goals, which set an example for every community in the metropolitan region to set some examples for greenhouse reduction by local governments. And we wanted to lead by example in that time. Next slide, please. Just in January, again, in response to a recommendation that we made and with the bold leadership of our present council, the council passed a resolution acknowledging that this is the 50th anniversary of Earth Day, and we decided to make here in Bowie this Earth Year to honor it throughout the year, but we recognized and the council affirmed that it was a first step toward helping our community move continuously forward to be climate ready, resilient, and a low carbon community, and that we would, in that context, encourage our citizens and businesses, as you've offered a support to them this evening, our local schools to become leaders in making Bowie a healthier and more ecologically sustainable place. Next slide, please.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Allen.
Today, on behalf of your Environmental Advisory Committee, we want to invite you again to take a bold step forward and build on these earlier actions to improve the quality of life in our community for our children, our grandchildren, and our posterity. Next slide, please. Local governments, as we've seen this evening's meeting as an example, face many challenges with conflicting priorities. Tax rates, which we've talked about this evening and which I raised in my presentation to you back in February before the current crisis began. Transportation issues, which you'll be addressing next month in your agenda, and obviously the need for strong economic growth and good education choices. But these issues, as important as they are, as perennial as they are, as frequently as they are raised, but there's one issue that has arisen over our lifetime that we now have and must be called upon to address that I think will help define what leadership by the current council and frankly leadership across our nation will be defined by. And this is the long-term consequences of a lifestyle that we've chosen over the last 80 years in our country. And that issue that has arisen in so many areas of our life is now referred to as climate change. Next slide, please. You got to start with a key fact, as observable as today's weather, that the Earth in our area is warming up. In the last decade alone, in the Washington metropolitan area, the average temperature has gone up by almost a full degree. And while that may not sound of great consequence in light of the daily fluctuations in temperatures, such averages have long-term consequences for the wildlife in our area, for the plants in our area, for the quality of life in our area ultimately, as demonstrated by rainfall, moisture, and dry conditions. In other words, these small changes have enormous consequences on the sustainability of our lives as human beings in this environment. Next slide, please. No community recognizing these issues can fail to act, and failing to act is a plan to fail. But as Bowie has demonstrated throughout the last decade or more, some communities can lead. Next slide. Obviously, public concern about this issue is growing. That's why we read about it in the newspaper almost every day in one form or another. Next slide, please. That's because it has impact at every level of our lives, which is why it's a global issue. But like almost every global issue, it requires local action and leadership to address it, because while we live on a planet together, we all live in a community to live out our daily lives. Next slide, please. The key, ultimately, is to figure out ways to live more effectively in harmony with the planet we inhabit. And the key to that is to reduce our personal and corporate and community impact on greenhouse gas. That means that for the EAC, your Environmental Advisory Council, the most important recommendation we've made to you, now this is the third time we've come forth with one of these plans, is a climate action plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We encourage you now to adopt a plan which we'll outline in a few moments, of 50% reductions below the 2015 levels by 2030. In that way, we can help mitigate and ultimately to adapt our lifestyle to the changing conditions of our planet and our community. Next slide, please. We call this a climate action plan because it puts together a group of good ideas for building a more carbon neutral community. And we have been working with citizens in our community for over a year to put before you the details of the plan that we provided in tonight's agenda. Next slide, please. We ask, in consequence of this presentation and with the support of staff and the citizens assembled, that you act boldly to bring these benefits of your leadership and act on these as an important issue in the life of our community and our city. Next slide, please. Over the past 12 years, we've recommended more than 100 steps on a path toward a green Bowie, and I've been the chair of that committee during that period. This is the last meeting I will appear before you as the chair of that committee. I've not sought reappointment. As a matter of fact, having been at it now and lived in this community for nearly 60 years and been at this work for over 30, it's time to move on and retire, as you acknowledged in the proclamation you passed a little bit earlier this evening. So tonight, to explain the details of this plan, we've already been talking about my successor, and it's most likely to be voted on in the next month, Dr. Stephen Rosenberg, who's with us this evening. And so I'm going to ask him to bring to you the details and highlights of the plan that citizens have helped develop over the past year. And in doing so, I want to thank Stephen and John and my committee and all of those I've served with that have helped bring us to this point. They've made my service a pleasure. They've made this community a leader and gave us the opportunity for bold leadership in the region as a government committed to improving the quality of life for its citizens. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And let me now ask Stephen to carry on this presentation. Stephen?
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
I'm here. I'm a little concerned. I've been getting a spotty connection. Is audio okay, Wilda?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
I'll
can
try.
hear you.
I was about to try that again and say, can anyone hear me? Well, I'm Steve Horn, involved with EAC for the past couple of years, and I'm honored to be considered as a possible successor to Mayor Allen, who I think has done a sterling job. Just a couple of comments and I'll go through the rest of this presentation. First of all, I want to both congratulate and thank the council for their action on resolution 20 you passed on March 2nd, and that was to align with to support the goals of the Paris Climate. In doing so, of course, you've agreed that there's a problem and that we probably need to begin to work on a solution. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, there we are. This is the cover of the proposed Climate Action Plan 2020 to 2025. We make quite as an important year. We also believe that we need a couple of iterations of this plan, probably about every 5 years, just to keep up with technology and new developments. Next slide, please. Don't worry, we're not going to get too deep into it, I promise. But at this point, because I'm seeing our lead author and the person who contributed most to this document, and that's John Teasdale. And he was assisted ably by Larry Marks, who's the chair of the Green Team's Energy Subcommittee. Both of them have contributed mightily to this, and I'm acting as their mouthpiece tonight. As you can is pretty temperature is increasing. If we take that line for temperature out to about 2020 or 2030, we find that it increases. By the end of the century, it increases by 4.1 degrees centigrade, which is around 7.4 degrees Fahrenheit, which is, to say the least, catastrophic. At those temperatures, the effects are dramatic. To just Bowie alone in just a moment. Sea level is also rising because of warming, the warming temperature and warming climate. As a result of that, we can anticipate sea level if we continue to do business as usual worldwide, about 4 feet higher than it is today, about 1.3 meters. Both of those have lots of variation depending upon what's done in the meantime and which model you're using. But most of the scientists tend to agree that the numbers we've got up here are. Now, temperature and sea level are effects. They're not causes. I mean, they're causes of a lot of catastrophe, but they're not what we're looking at here today. The sea level rise and temperature change is really caused by primary net emissions of greenhouse and gross world product. Greenhouse gas emissions, we understand what they are, and we know that there are many ways to affect them, and we're going to. The gross world product is a little more complicated. That's a combination of population and the amount of stuff we create and consume. I don't think Bowie's going to have an awful lot to say about population. Not our, if you will, but we certainly can do something about greenhouse gas net emissions. Next slide, please. Before we get too deep into this, are very interesting on the local. We see an increase in storm frequency and intensity. increased mortality, along with we see a lot of invasive flora and fauna that we're not accustomed to, loss of predator species. I know when I moved here in Bowie 30 years ago, I would frequently see bats. I haven't seen a bat for, which means that insects will increase and create some additional problems there. Food availability and cost, supply chain issues, and those exacerbated respiratory illnesses, some severe reactions to those. And if we've discovered one thing here, of late we've discovered that people who have pre-existing respiratory suffering or even dying as a result of COVID-19 at a greater rate than those who do not. So increasing respiratory illnesses has an effect. We might see is, and I say it half jokingly or tongue in cheek, is climate migrants. I would imagine that by the end of the century, everybody in Annapolis is going to want to move to Bowie, just because we're going to have the high feet above sea level. So I feel like I'm going to be a prime target for those who want to live here. Next slide, please. Oh, I am on the next slide. Hold on. Can we go backwards? Oh. Okay.
Is that the one you want?
Yeah, I'm sorry I caused that problem. That's well, yes, that's the one. That's where we are.
Okay.
We talked about solutions are pretty finite. The solutions only exist. Are we still here? Okay. Solutions available are industry growth, land, industry emissions, carbon removal. Those are the big bins into which all the solutions lie. Certainly, not all of them lie in Bowie's purview. We're not going to or nuclear. I don't plan. Some of you perhaps do, but I don't plan to have a nuclear reactor of my own. New technology will certainly take advantage of. Really, in energy supply, the only thing that the city has any control over is the use of renewable energy versus fossil fuel-based energies. So there's a big green check there saying or where we can put some effort and have some effect. Energy efficiency in transportation and electrification of transportation. Both of those are areas where we can use the action plan as areas where we should. Buildings and industry, again, energy efficiency and electrification. And when we say electrification, of course, that implies that we're going to use renewable energy, more coal to produce electricity, thus resolving greenhouse gas problems. Not the way we need to shift to renewables and electrify as much as we can using those renewables. As an example, and I use wind energy from BG&E. It's essentially renewable energy credits, and as a result of that, my car is wind powered, and I also have a wind. So all of those things are going to be necessary. If we again, we're not going to do anything about population and very little about economic growth, except maybe convince people to consume a little bit less. About deforestation in that we cannot, which means that we need to make sure that when trees die, we replace them and so on to keep our coverage at a fairly high level. We can do very little about the emissions of methanes and other gases, and those are things like methane is generally produced most by something about that if we don't produce as much waste. Fluorocarbons are produced by improper disposal of refrigerants, things like air conditioners and refrigerators that need to be taken. Nitrous oxide, which comes from fertilizer. So to the degree that we can reduce all of those things, we can reduce the effects of methane and other gases as well. In terms of carbon removal, forestation seems to have been lost there, but that should be afforestation, which means planting more trees. And that's certainly possible and something that Bowie can do and that the residents of Bowie can do. So I feel we need to put the most effort. Next slide, please. We have lots of solutions. We know what the solutions to the most part to reduce emissions to net zero by about 2050 if we do the things that we already know how to do. However, it's going to require some pretty bold action to do that and a lot of change. Of course, it may be physically and economically realistic. So there is a path forward in the world. The question is, how do we bring the physical, economic, and political possibility into alignment to make it possible to proceed? Next slide, please. Taking a look at the region, just to see what everybody else is up to, our original climate action plan attempt to reduce our greenhouse gas by 20% by 2020. We didn't really have a specific target quite that hard, but we have succeeded in reducing it by 15%. The actions that we knew how to take. Of course, some of you tonight are sitting in a LEED Gold building, which is certainly some action that Bowie has taken to great effect. You can see here that the COG has 20% by 2020. Prince George's had a plan, never adopted it. Their plan is 40% reduction in greenhouse gas by 2030. The Metropolitan Council of Governments now is increasing that to 40% by 2030. And they're trying to step up the game to increase it to 50% by 2030. The recommendation by the IPCC internationally is 45%, an exponential roadmap, 50% to get us to net zero by 2050. Our action plan, for reasons that we'll describe, is our proposal is that we, from the 2015 level, 50% by 2030. We feel that's doable, even though it's going to take some effort to do that. Next slide, please. Charts that out, we achieved the 15% reduction from 2005 in 2015. We don't have the from MWCOG, and their information is 3 years behind, 2 years behind? No, 3 years behind, and it takes 2 years to get it. So even though we have a sense what the greenhouse gas around the Bowie geography might be, it's not hard enough for us to use that as a baseline, so we have to back up to the 2015 and use that as our baseline for proceeding. So our goal is a 50% reduction from that 2015 baseline by the year 2030. Next slide, please. What can the city government do? And this gets into the nuts and bolts of the climate action plan. Well, we can promote the improvement of energy efficiency, make energy efficiency important in all city facilities. We can energy options for our electricity. So, that means, for example, completing the solar farm, buying renewable energy credits, in other words, paying for wind and we need to update the green fleet policy and promote EV infrastructure wherever possible. That we need a simple cost analysis of versus capital costs, because we generally shy away from buying expensive things like electric refuse collect because the cost is greater than the current fleet, or the current prices that are on the street for gas guzzlers. But if you look at the maintenance costs and the cost of electricity, that they can be very, my electric vehicle costs 3 cents a mile to run. And, you know, there's nothing I don't have to change my oil either now that I think of it. Yeah. We need to develop green purchasing and zero waste procurement policies. By that we mean, you know, green. We purchase green materials, and we need a zero waste procurement scheme where, when we buy things, we either recycle them, reuse them, or we return them to the manufacturer. Complete cycle. We certainly can do something about expanding the city urban tree canopy, which has a fairly substantial effect, and which means, of course, we need to measure what it is. The trees that die, especially the ones that are at the edge of people's properties, the city takes care of those. And we need to look into ecological landscaping, which means that we to the degree that we can, and use more natural expanses, which aren't necessarily ugly, by the way. We last resiliency plan that looks at resiliency of energy and water and medical care and so on, and all the other things that are necessary to keep sustainable. Now, having said all that, there's only so much the city government can do. The city government owns a finite amount of property. It owns a finite number of vehicles, and it can only do so much. It reaches, you know, it doesn't take but about 5 years or so to reach a ceiling on this. In other words, you're not gonna get a lot assets. The big challenge is quite evident. It turns out that most of the greenhouse gas reduction in the city of Bowie will come about from the 20,000 homes and the somewhere between 800 and 13,000 companies, depending upon how you measure things. And all of those will have to be the partner to succeed. And that's a big challenge, and that is certainly the long pole in the tent. And I'll come back to that in a few minutes. Next slide, please. Let's take a look at that we are recommending in the Climate Action Plan. We need to, as you can see, all of these start with promote, because that's the power that the city has. And use of renewable sources for home energy in the residential sector. They can only promote residential home improvements that reduce energy use through efficiency in the residential. And both of those things are big items. As a matter of fact, promoting the installation and use of efficient renewable resources for home energy means promoting residential solar, renewable options from the current providers, such as the wind energy RECs. And, you know, there may be room for every once in a while for some subsidies to indicate that directly in the climate action plan, but when you get down to the nuts and bolts of it, how are you going to convince people to do some of these things? We've been fairly successful in getting people to buy mulching mowers by giving them a little bit of a rebate on that. So there are things that can be done. Promoting residential home improvements, reducing energy use, and that's through cooling, heat use, those kinds of things. Promoting transportation choices that reduce greenhouse gases, promoting electric and hybrid vehicles, building public transit where we can. The Trails Master Plan, the Climate Action Plan has some suggestions in that area. And then walking and biking trails. All of those things will help. Diet and food handling. That may seem like an odd item there, but according to a lot of research, a plant-rich diet and food waste, increasing food waste is about the third largest, has about the third largest impact on greenhouse gas in a geographic area, in the residential sector in a geographic area. So to the degree that the city can promote those kinds of things, food waste, of course, is, you know, we've already taken a good start on that. We have, and the food waste collection program that we're piloting. So we're getting there, but we need to expand that dramatically and make it work. Promoting sustainable consumption and use of goods. Helping people understand the life cycle costs of the goods that they purchase would be useful. And of course, reducing purchasing, reusing, and recycling where possible. All the now, looking at all these things, it's quite evident to me that if you note that promote thing, we are, it's a difficult newsletter and a website and an entrance sign at the entrance to Bowie are probably not the answers. This is going to require changing some individual behavior, and we'll spend a little more time on that in a couple of minutes. Next slide, please. Commercial sector, the same kinds of actions that we would take in the residential sector, reducing energy sources, advancing sustainable transportation, green purchasing, zero waste, but here creating partnerships to promote green businesses and greenhouse gas reduction strategies, whether partnership with building green Bowie businesses and Maryland, putting them on the Maryland Green Registry. These are all things that are feathers in the cap of them realize the benefits of doing just that. Next slide, please. There are some regional issues that require intergovernmental action, which means that lean on our regional partners and work with them to begin to develop options within the region. Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments is a prime example of somewhere that we want to promote the things that Bowie needs within the COG's purview. Promoting the development of mass transit options within our region is not something that we can do by partner with all the other municipalities in our region in order to take a closer look at that. Developing and that might be, by the way, an extension of Metro, regional bus transit. It would certainly be something that looks like micro transit in the city. Rather than people driving to the store, let's provide them with some other alternatives. We need to provides for sustainable land management and growth. I think the Prince George's County Master Plan just kicked off, and looking at Mitchellville and Bowie's Master Plan, and they have, you know, a lot of interesting ideas about how to print. We certainly need to engage with that and make sure that our issues are considered. As an example, I notice in their master plan there that calls for Bowie's sustainability plan. It's quite clear to me looking at that we need to update our sustainability plan post haste. Provides us with a little bit of leverage to influence the county's master planning process for Mitchellville and Bowie. And we'll be giving you a proposal before long to invest some time and energy in updating the sustainability plan. Promoting development guidelines that enhance energy efficiency. We've talked a few times about making sure that anything that's built has built-in EV infrastructure, not necessarily chargers in every parking lot, but cables run so that we can have it when we want to put it there. That's an important issue, and we'll talk a little bit more about infrastructure and EV infrastructure later. We need to partner and cooperatives to see if we can reduce the cost of fleet hybrid and electric vehicles. I think the Climate Mayors Network holds some real promise here because they have a consortium project that they're working on right now that would give us the opportunity to find a place to buy EVs on a fleet-wide basis, much open market. So that and other kinds of cooperatives are going to provide us with some opportunities there. Next slide, please. Okay, here's the goal is getting citizens to engage and do something different. And this is, when I say long pole, this is not an easy issue. Just the very, and we're using a that has been developed by a consortium of companies that are involved in either making large-scale change or managing large-scale change. They've provided information and best practices over the past decade to an organization called the Association of Change Management Professionals, which is a professional certifying organization. They have developed a process and developed a set of competencies for people who need to manage change, and I think it's something that we probably need to take a good look at. For organizations, so I'll be able to provide us with some inside scoop. The process is to first create awareness and then desire to change. Made, ability to make that change, and then reward and reinforce the change being made. In awareness, the issue is what is the current state and what would be a better future state. That's where vision is created, and a framework for usually change is resisted because people often say that resistance to change is because people are afraid of the future. Because the future is relatively unknowable, so you're really afraid, you're putting your worst case in a picture frame out there, and that creates the image. Probably better to work on that out there as the image. Most people would be attracted to that. So, and that awareness, that means communicating with citizens in a way that we do not now communicate. And at the moment to communicate with citizens sufficiently to create awareness. That's step one, and it's going to be quite a step. For change, you need to help create the desire for that change, and that means that you have people explain to themselves and to each other why that future state would be better for them. individuals? How is it better for the neighborhood? How is it better for the community, the city, the state, and for that matter, the world? So if we can start to prevent some of those things that we had on the first couple of slides, create the desired knowledge about how to go about making the change, and we certainly know how to do that because we have all the tools to do everything we need to do to reduce greenhouse gases. We just need to study how can we help people and how can we support people and make it easier for them to do the right things than to do the wrong things. That's a fair step as well. And then last but not least, of course, once people are doing things differently, that has to be rewarded and reinforced. That's great. That you hit it. So right at the next slide stage. That's the one.
Is that the right one, Stephen?
Yes, that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So the question is, how do we create that awareness? And how do we educate? How do we mobilize people? How do we mobilize and engage the citizenry, the residents of the city of Bowie, to do things right? Pardon me. Communication issue is not trivial at all. I go for walks around my neighborhood and I see stacks of Bowie blades at the bottom of people's driveway that have been rained on a couple of times and not even recycled at that stage, which means that if we're relying on that as a mechanism for communication, that gives us a problem. Most of our communication modalities, whether it be news bulletins, whatever that might be, usually require pull. In other words, a person has to go somewhere and sign up to be alerted or to go side page. It's what we call pull, and to be quite frank, most people don't pull. So I can guarantee that on my block, on the block I live on, are not aware of anything we're talking about here tonight. That's kind of distressing, I'll grant you, but it's something that we're going to have to take into account. So we would like to charter between the Environmental Advisory Committee and the Green Team jointly an outreach and social mobilization team to try to listen to, create dialogues with, and that's going to take a lot of work, and there may be some cost involved. We haven't quite nailed down what that is, but that would be one thing that we would have. That's an early thing that we have to do in this process. Determine what the best practices are in motivating citizens and group to do things different, and then start to put those things into place. Certainly city officials and community leaders in various areas are going to have to take ownership of this climate action plan. That means the council and the mayor and the committees and the Chamber of Commerce and the Innovation Center. Everybody that's a community leader in one sense or another is going to have to own part of this climate action plan to make it happen. We will need to, and the social mobilization team, I call it, will have to certainly measure progress and provide periodic feedback to the council and the committees, because without that, we're not going to know if it's working. And a lot of these things, if we don't measure it properly, we'll not know whether we're achieving our goals. So that becomes an important thing for us to be concerned about. We have an effort underway right now in conjunction with the IT committee to figure out smart city ways to measure the kinds of things that we need to see change as a result of the climate action. And last but not least in this area, we need to nurture a network of volunteer communicators and ambassadors and opinion leaders and influencers, whatever kind of word you want to use for it, to help keep this effort moving. Very important to us. Let's see, I think we're up to just almost the last slide, so bear with me for just a moment. Next slide, please. So in our opinion, what is the role of the City Council? Well, all the studies of the best practices in change management and creating change that I mentioned repeatedly cite these success factors. Providing active and visible leadership, ensuring a structured, consistent approach. I'm getting a little echo here. Is that worldwide or just me? Ensuring a structured and consistent approach, and that's what we're trying to do with this ADCAR business. Provide dedicated change management resources, which means whatever funding is needed for communication would be an important start. Communicate frequently and openly about the change. That's the role of the City Council in expressing and exhibiting that leadership in this arena. And then, of course, monitoring citizen engagement and participation to see how we're doing. That's what we've laid out as what we feel the role for the council would be. And of course, at the end of all that is celebrating when that's appropriate as well. And certainly the council wants to take a strong position celebrating all of our victories in this area. Last slide, please. All right, next to last slide. This is actually Gary Allen's thank you slide. So on behalf of Gary Allen and the Environmental Advisory Committee, thank you for listening. And we certainly applaud your bold action to date and encourage you to take bold action even more as a result of adopting this climate action plan. And now the last slide. Or the next slide. Now, this is straight out of the climate action plan. It's up in the very front of it. This is the vision. It sort of summarizes all the kinds of things that we've talked about so far. I'm not going to go over this. I'd just like to leave it there and offer the mayor, the council, and anyone else the opportunity to ask questions of myself or retired soon Mayor Allen. And I think John Teasdale is for this as well, and he can answer some of the technical questions that you might have, although I bet everybody's ready to go home and go to bed.
Thank you so very much. Are there any other? I think we're at the last slide, correct?
That was it. That's the end of the presentation, sir. I thanked you.
And thank you so very much. I think with that presentation, I don't know if anyone wanted to ask any questions at this time.
I'd just like to make a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Former Mayor Allen, your work on this is impeccable. The things that your committee has been able to do has exceeded expectations. And I just wanted to say thank you for your service to the city, both not just during your time as a member of this body, but also as an active citizen. You're truly an example for what our folks should be doing, both past on the council and future as well. So thank you for your leadership on this, Steve. You have some big shoes to fill, but I'm confident that with Gary right by you, you'll be able to get the job done. So thank you so much.
I'd like to echo. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I just want to echo Mayor Pro Tem Boafo's sentiments, and we just thank you so much for all your efforts. And Gary, you are phenomenal, and we appreciate you and all that you're doing. And Steve, welcome. We look forward to working with you, and we certainly appreciate this wonderful action plan. Thank you.
This is all making me quite nervous, by the way.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
yes,
No.
I don't know if that was him. I think that was me, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I apologize. Again, sorry. Go ahead. Councilwoman from District 4.
Hopefully we don't sound alike. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to echo my colleagues' sentiments. Thank you so much. This is such great work, and it's completely thorough, and we absolutely are thrilled to support you and stand alongside you in the progression. The only thing that I'd like to see added for the tech advocate that I am, not added tonight, at a later time, I'd like to see how we've been talking a lot about smart cities and what that looks like in regards to climate change being a part of that. So I'd like to see if we could kind of look at that as well and put that a part of the plan, because the IT committee has been looking at that really diligently, and smart cities does address a lot of climate change issues. So I'd love to work alongside you with that, and we can revisit that at a later date. So thank you.
If I may respond to that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, we've been working with the IT committee with regard to the Smart City Initiative, and John Eidsness is liaison from there to our committee, to the EAC, and I have been the liaison to the IT committee from the EAC. We're going to examine those roles, but we're still going to continue that partnership. So I think it is probably implied in the climate action plan, but in reality, it is quite real. So we're 100% behind that.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a quick comment?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I too want to extend my gratitude to Gary, and I think what is truly amazing is when you look back when this all began, this has truly been a journey, and it will continue as a journey. We've not yet gotten there, and I'm not sure we ever will, because it's one of those issues that is a effort that's perpetual improvement. So I think this is tremendous, amazing work that we've done over the years. I think this action plan is consistent with those efforts, and I know that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be very supportive of the groundwork that Gary put together for us here over the many years that he's been engaged with the city, and in particular with this issue. So again, Gary, thank you very much, and we look forward to your continued support. Even though you say you're not going to be there, we know that you will always be near and dear to this issue. So thank you very much.
And that's another reason why I'm nervous, by the way.
Oh, Mayor Adams.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes, Councilmember Gardner. I just wanted to thank everyone again this evening and the panel for their comments. And of course, Mr. Allen, Gary Allen, thank you for all that you've done. Thank you for being a friend, and thank you for all that you've done on behalf of the residents of Bowie. Now that you've gone, I do know that there are going to be some large, very large footsteps of yours, shoes to fill. Also, to my lady there, Sue Rivera. Hello, Sue. Good to see you. I can't hug you, but I look forward to doing so in the very near future. Okay. But again, everyone, thank you, and thank you again, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to speak to former Mayor Allen.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments? Well, I guess I will just sum that up by saying, first, before we look at any action we will take on the draft climate action plan, is to thank you all as well. I think the city is very fortunate to have had the leadership that we had in former Mayor Gary Allen, but also the current leadership we have. And we want to thank you for all you're doing to make sure that Bowie sets the standards, sets the pace for others when it comes to what we're going to do on the green side. So thank you so very much. And with that, if there are no other comments, would anyone like to propose anything for action on the draft climate action plan?
Public, do we need a public hearing?
Yeah, public hearing.
Any comments?
And there's no comments. No one signed up for any comments this evening for it.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to, in that case, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the climate action plan as has been delineated and is attached.
Second by all of us.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All of us have it on.
The ayes have it. Motion carries. Hey, again, thank you so very, very much. Okay. At this time, we'll need to revisit from the old business, the adoption of Ordinance 0620. As we look at that Ordinance 0260, the COVID Business Recovery Assistance Program really requires a 2/3 majority vote since it is an amendment to the budget. And Madam City Clerk, I do not believe we had a 2/3 majority vote, correct?
Correct. We had 4-3. We would have needed a 5-2 in order for it to pass.
Correct. As we look at that, we'd like to revisit that at this time.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, if that's the situation, I'd like to make a motion for consideration, given the failure to pass on the original, to make the following motion, which would be to, for Ordinance 0620, to approve Ordinance 0620 as technically amended through interlineation by staff, and further amended to change the appropriation to the following: $20,000 for employee PG, $285,000 for BIC, which would of course then include the monies that would go on for inclusion of the Chamber of Commerce, and $50,000 for the food pantry. And those would all fall into the line item for grants.
It's been moved.
285 for BIC.
You have employee principals.
Yeah, employee principal, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it.
Yep.
I have not heard a second. Is that correct?
I'll second that. I will second Councilmember Wolfrey's comment, statement.
Okay, it's been moved properly second that we would amend it to include the $285,000 for the Bowie BIC, and i.e. the Chamber of Commerce, that we include the $20K for the employee Prince George's, and the additional $50K, I believe it was, for the food pantry. Is that correct, City Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. 20,000, yes. It's 285.
Excuse me?
Get off.
So does this total then only is a $355,000 total?
That is
for the
correct.
whole plan?
That is correct.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Discussion? Any discussion at this time? On that point, I would say to Councilman Wolfley, if you would consider a friendly amendment to that to add the...
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, my hearing was a little delayed, so I missed the discussion portion. Is that still up for grabs? Oh,
Yes,
okay.
it's still open.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, please, yes, yes.
My
Absolutely, yeah.
apologies. My apologies. I would just, before we move forward with this motion that Councilmember Wolfley has brought up, I would just urge my colleagues to consider that the original ordinance and the original motion has been drastically modified to, consider all options and really be here for all members of the community. So while I understand the intent right now is to allocate all these monies, these line items towards focusing on residents, which I'm absolutely in agreement with, I would actually urge the council that if that is the route that we want to go, that you might want to spend a bit more time doing more appropriate research on true ways that we can actually truly fully impact the community and draft a holistic plan for it to just be focused on residents as opposed to rushing through something tonight. So if that is the direction that the council is going to go in and they don't agree with supporting businesses in this capacity, which we have, I think, graciously accommodated for given our budget, given everything that we've heard tonight, and truly trying to be there for the community in this time of pause and this time of pandemic, I would urge the council to probably reconsider just doing a bit more research on that so we can make sure that this is a meaningful package specifically focused on residents as opposed to rushing through this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other discussion?
Just really quick, would my colleagues be interested in, I agree with the Councilwoman from District 4, and I think it's really important in some manner to provide some level of relief to businesses in some numerical fashion, in some grant fashion, because I think at that point, a lot of the other programs, especially like even the Bowie BIC program, the consulting is really around things that have already happened, right? We've already passed CARES, we've done CARES 2 and 3, HEROES is stuck in the Senate, so the consulting may be needed, but it's not going to be in the manner that I think that 285 is necessary. So I just wonder if any of my colleagues would be interested in doing some level of a grant relief program for businesses to impact those.
Further discussion?
Is there an interest in, based on the conversation that we're having here, is there an interest in tabling this until there's a revision to the overarching? I'm certainly not opposed to tabling it. Maybe we could have it set up for our August meeting.
Can you clarify what you'd be tabling?
That was just a joke.
Businesses are in need today, so I think waiting until August to table this and revisit this then would kind of not be helpful. So we kind of need to settle it or move forward.
No, that's fine. We can. I would suggest. I'd have no problem tabling it to the next meeting, and to such time as we can.
Well, let me ask you this: are you guys open to just settling with one area?
Comments going on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. My question was to everyone, if because I'm hearing tabling, that if we perhaps settle some of it then tonight, and then because the council member from District 4, I definitely understand her desires and wanting to be helpful, and I don't want to continue to kick this down the road, and I understand Council Member Wolfrey also so I like to try and settle this tonight, everyone, if we can, rather than prolonging it and moving it up. And so if this because we've been discussing and kicking it, and it's 12 o'clock, so I don't want to leave out of here at 12 without having settled this.
All right. Well,
just my opinion.
Well, my original thought on this was if we could agree with the understanding to the earlier comment that we have components in here for both, one of which is the BIC, which ties into to the business, directly into the business community, and the other two components are for more residential. So in my mind, I'm thinking that balances it out and puts it out there, and that's why I'm offering that as a solution. I don't know that we have an opportunity here to work out all the details of anything other than what we've been talking about in terms of a proposal.
Let me ask you this. My question then, if we were to settle with Councilmember Wolfley, I'm going to ask Wolfley's proposal tonight, and then as Councilwoman okay, Councilwoman from District 4 mentioned that she'd like to see more of a planned outlay for the residents in the city of Bowie, which I too agree with. I like if we could adopt Councilmember Wolfley's plan tonight, and then also ask that we direct staff, or maybe and to direct staff to coming up with some other methods to where we could be more impactful to the positive for the residents of Bowie. I mean, does that for the businesses in Bowie?
Thank you, Councilman.
I'm just trying to.
Any other discussion? I'm sorry, Councilman, if I cut you off. Any other discussion? At this point, I would add my point. I think I agree with the councilwoman from District 4. We probably I would not like to see us do this piecemeal, and that we come up with a comprehensive plan, take some time, take a look, and revisit it at the next meeting with input from staff as we move forward. So having said that, if there is no other discussion at this time, I'd like to call for the vote. City Clerk?
I second.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I second Councilmember Wolfley, and I didn't hear any other votes behind my second. We're voting now.
It had already been seconded, I thought, by you, council member.
So what are we voting on now is still the amended ordinance with the suggested new numbers that Councilmember Wolfley gave?
Yeah, that's all.
That is.
This time earlier, and we went through the discussions, and I believe we're done with the discussion. And so now we're calling for that vote.
Okay.
If you would, City Clerk.
Councilmember Ndebumadu?
Can I just have 30 more seconds? So could you revisit me? Thank you.
Yes, so the proposal was that we approve ordinance 0620 as technically amended through interlineation by staff, and further amended to change the appropriation to the following: $20,000 for the employee Prince George's, $285,000 for BIC, and $50,000 for the food pantry, for a total grants appropriation of $355,000.
And I second that.
Yes, I just am not really sure how that $285 to BIC helps the businesses in this scenario. I'm just not sure on that aspect of it yet, because a lot of this, like Mayor Pro Tem Boafo stated, a lot of their services were going to be in terms of in conjunction with the grant. So if the grant doesn't exist, I just don't understand why we're giving them that amount of money.
I'd be happy to reduce it if you'd like. I'm sorry, it's late. I shouldn't, I'm sorry.
We're not doing anything for businesses.
Please, let's have the vote. And everyone, please, you can make your comments as you vote. Go ahead. City Clerk.
Okay. Councilmember Boafo?
I abstain.
Councilmember Wolfley?
Aye.
Councilmember Esteve?
Aye.
Councilmember Harrison?
Aye.
Councilmember Gardner?
Aye.
Mayor Adams?
Nay.
Councilmember Ndebumadu?
Nay.
Okay, so I have 4 ayes, 2 nays, and an abstain. So it fails again.
Okay. All right. Moving back to our new business, having that failed, there's no way for us to do an adoption of the resolution for R 3720 at this time. So we'll go to item H, which was moved from the consent agenda and placed under new business.
Good morning, Council. It's John Henry King, your Economic Development Director. If we go a little longer, the City Manager will explain the beginning of morning nautical twilight and the concept of stand 2. Resolution R-36-20 is an action to grant the City Manager some ministerial authority to temporarily relax certain elements of agreements the city has and use of staff to enforce certain regulations, all in the spirit of doing that which is possible to help businesses speed a recovery. And this special permission is set to expire December 31st. The idea being that the extra effort, the little oomph, the special help, the lenient interpretation, the wise judgment of when to stop something, when to allow something, all is going to happen here in the short term. An example would be if we have a development agreement with a particular piece of real estate that limits the things that they can do, and it's contractual with us, we would reconsider. We would think about allowing something like tentage or increased use of outside seating or the use of temporary signs, all while maintaining some appropriate controls so things don't get out of hand, and all with an eye to not doing anything that is illegal, not arbitrarily not enforcing. And so any action we take would be taken uniformly. Any special consideration would be available to all. And that's what's proposed by Resolution R-3620. I'm ready to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Are there any questions at this point? I have a couple then. Oh, did I hear someone else? I didn't mean to overtalk someone.
No, sir. Move forward.
Okay. If you could, I'm curious as to item number 5 that says the city manager may take other ministerial actions to eliminate bureaucratic barriers and help business recovery efforts, provided those actions do not adversely impact public health or safety. I'm a little concerned with how broad that statement is. Since we seem to define so many other things.
We define those things where we know other jurisdictions are already taking that action. We wanted to enable the city manager to use his best judgment as it's informed by the guidance council has provided him periodically to be able to react quickly. As you know, trying to recover business, one of the greatest detriments is the pace at which bureaucracy can operate. I give you an example. While it's within Prince George's County, you can have outdoor seating. It took almost 2 weeks for the county to get their rules in place before anybody could even begin to apply to get permission to do that. So after about 3 weeks, folks were getting that, and then the playing field has changed. We'd like to be able to react and help our businesses quicker, yet keep within the guidance that council has provided. So that's what that's in there for. That's so we don't have to come back each and every time or wait every 2 weeks to when council meets to ask for an additional consideration.
Are there any other questions, concerns? Yeah, I just think from a policy standpoint, I do like to have a little more definition than that blanket statement. Okay. Any other comments? Anyone else? I hear nothing regarding this item at this time, correct?
No questions at this time or discussion from this body.
Do we need to take any action on this at this time?
Well, Mr. Mayor, this is Alfred Lott. We want to help our businesses make adjustments and sometimes help them fight through the bureaucracy. And we have a restaurant in Old Town that wanted to use the sidewalk seating and wanted to block off the streets and get permits, but gosh, the bureaucracy in that particular instance was insurmountable. So this is why we drafted that. It's not a requirement. I'll work within the bureaucracy or not, but this was an opportunity to when the time comes to help businesses start to become operational quicker if need be, and operational bringing revenue. But
Thank you. I'm sorry if I cut you off. Please go ahead.
I'm completed, sir. Thank you very much, and ready to go.
Oh, okay. Maybe I had stepped over your mic.
Mr. Mayor, are you ready for a motion?
Yes, I am.
I move for the adoption of Resolution R-36-20.
Second.
I'd like to second the motion.
Okay, it has been second.
I believe I heard a second. Unfortunately, I couldn't.
Yeah, I think it was Councilmember Steph that seconded.
Yes,
It was Councilmember Steph that seconded it. Thank you.
Thank you. I couldn't hear it. Okay, it's been moved and properly second. Any other discussion?
Mm-hmm.
If none, call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor?
And I think we
Mr.
are
Mayor?
going to meet our 12:30 deadline.
We have,
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to revisit the earlier ordinance discussion, if I may, and try for another closure on this and see if we can get a little closer based on concerns that were raised from others. This would be for a motion for approving Ordinance 0620 as technically amended through interlineation by staff and further amended to change appropriations to the following: $20,000 for employee PG, $200,000 for BIC inclusive of monies for the chamber, and $50,000 for the food pantry.
and I like to second that.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
Hi there. I'd like to just understand, without the grant associated with this, can we just understand what exact services the BIC would be providing that would help small businesses? I'd just like clarification on that before we move forward with the vote.
Yes, in my mind, it would be for continuing education in navigating the search for additional monies elsewhere, as well as just general business acumen to help get through the COVID pandemic.
John Henry, can you please comment?
Councilman Wolfley succinctly summarized the real value proposition and what BIC and the Chamber are going to do. Their help is going to be for businesses beyond just the loan. It's getting better in business, finding other sources for help, and extending their capacity to reach out to the business community. So, a long-winded way of saying, yeah, there's still value to providing them that funding.
Thank you, John Henry. Mr. Mayor, I would just like to comment and share my thoughts with our business community and just let them know that through this, we are still looking to support and still trying to support. And as we move forward, since we were unable to pass the original motion that was made here today, again, I'm going to put on my other hat that I normally revisit, and we'll try to work with outside entities to also as well bring funding into the city and work with the BIC to find outside funding from other corporations who do have grant programs that are going on right now to see if that is something that we can tap into. And I will also urge that city staff work with me on reaching out to those corporations as well, since we were unable to pass my original motion. But I do want to make sure that we do something for the business community this evening. And so thank you for the motion, and please proceed.
Councilmember Wolfley, I do have one question. So of the $200,000 in the BIC, what portion goes to the chamber? Typically, we've allocated a certain portion to the chamber, but I don't hear that in this.
I didn't have a particular number. I know 85 was something that we had talked about earlier, and if that's consistent with staff feeling that that's, and BIC feeling that that's a good way to spend the money, then I'm fine with whatever staff and the BIC put together.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to make one comment, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Obviously, this isn't the most ideal option here, but I agree with Councilwoman Ndebumadu. We need to walk away from here tonight with some support for our businesses. We've been waiting 2 months, and hopefully we can come to a consensus over time on some other programs, not just for businesses, but for residents as well, especially as we head into summer and if there's amenities that our residents enjoy. We may be willing to go that route, as well as looking at what we can do to help some of these families during this difficult time. But I do think we need to leave here with some level of support for our business community. So thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion at this time? If no one, again, I think I agree with the comments of many of the council members. The one thing we don't want to do is leave our businesses in a place where we can't support them, that we're not showing that support. And I believe we all want to support our businesses. So that's not it. I do have a concern still on the allocation, because there was a proposal submitted by the BIC and the Bowie Chamber together for things they were going to do. I think that may require some handling just as to how that's going to get appropriated. And I think what I'm hearing is that we're going to trust the good faith of the BIC and the Bowie Chamber to work them out amongst themselves. Mr. Henry, could you address that just briefly, if you would, please?
Yeah, the BIC and the Chamber came into this as a package deal together. The BIC was organizing it, and the Chamber was participating with them. I would suggest that if you're going to fund that, you should fund the idea they came forward with, which was the BIC working in conjunction with the Chamber to deliver these services, just as we proposed it all along. I wouldn't fence a particular amount of money.
Understood. Okay. All right, at this time, any other any other discussion at this point?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is me again. I'm just gonna, I know we would all like to go home, as would I. I just want to say one last thing, Mr. Mayor. I would like to urge my council members going forward, I would like to see the same level of consistency and frugality going forward with all of our projects and initiatives that we have coming up to conserve our city budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I
Thank
agree
you
with
very
you.
much.
Totally agree with you on that. And I see your point.
Any other concerns? Discussions rather at this point? If none, call for the vote. All in, well, I guess we should do a
Roll call.
roll call. Yes, please.
Mayor Adams?
Based on the fact that we have a proposal in and we have not delineated that, and I don't like just putting a dollar value out there for people to work on their own. I think at this time, my vote, particularly for the 200,000, that's just one of the concern. My vote is a no at this time.
Councilmember Harrison?
Aye.
Councilmember Gardner?
Aye.
Councilmember Estev?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolfley?
Aye.
Councilmember Waffle?
Aye.
Councilmember Ndebumalo?
Nay.
Okay, so we have 5-2. The motion passed.
Okay, should we now take up adoption of resolution R 3720 as amended?
I move to adopt R 720 as amended.
I second that.
Second.
Discussion?
I have a quick question. What was amended in that resolution?
The dollar values,
That resolution as amended would include the changes that were just adopted in the previously voted upon ordinance.
right, on ordinance 0620.
Thanks for bearing with us tonight, Madam City Clerk.
I'm just trying to make sure I have the right ones.
As in all nights.
I ask at this point, John Henry King,
I'm still here.
as we look at resolution R 3720 with the changes that we made to it, what changes do we need to make to 3720 at this point?
Your action in the ordinance was to provide funding to specific components. To my mind, and I welcome intercession by the city attorney, I would suggest that you've got two paths you can follow here. One, strike all of those things that you did not fund so that only those items you funded are present. Or two, strike the dollar amounts but keep the items you left unfunded for the potential future consideration in a program. The resolution, in a sense, creates the idea, the concept, and it would take a funding ordinance to put money into anything you didn't fund by ordinance 6-20. And I know the city attorney needs to weigh in here because I'm.
Exactly. I was going to ask the city attorney. City attorney, can we simply do that and zero out those items that are zero and just amend those numbers, or do we have to do something more drastic? I think you're on mute.
You're muted.
Sorry. So, yeah, I think we need to go through that resolution paragraph by paragraph under the now therefore section where it says there shall be a $50,000 grant to the pantry. I think I understood the motion that's staying. There shall be a grant program with 1.5 million to be used. I think that needs to be stricken all the way down to there shall be a $300,000 grant to Bowie Business Innovation Center. That number needs to be changed. And then forgive me, I'm lost on what needs to happen to that last paragraph. But yeah, I do think there needs to be a motion that is specific about what you're doing with this resolution. If you wanted to leave the potential for a grant program in there, as Mr. King has suggested, you can say, well,
Mr. Mayor,
I don't even know how to do that in this resolution.
Ms. Levan, let me jump in here. Mr. King, there is less urgency with this program document tonight. This would, I think, be better written and better presented to you if you returned it to staff for inclusion of the actions and the discussion from the ordinance, and to bring it back to you at your next meeting. I think that would give us time to write it correctly and not try to snap something that would
Well,
not
it seems to me that we.
I'm sorry, City Manager.
I think I have a way to move on here, sir. The ordinance gives us specific authority in itself. Why don't we just write an action plan? I don't think we need a resolution, but a staff write an action plan. We'll send it out to you all, the next status report, so you can take a look at it, and it will encompass, it will take and be concise with all the things that are in the ordinance. We'll put it in an action plan, tell you how we're going to do it, and move on from there.
Sounds good.
I'd like for you to weigh in for us, please. Should we just hold off and you or whoever just go back here to the city, rewrite it and bring it back forward on the next meeting? Is that, I'm trying to.
I think you need a resolution establishing the program, because what council did in its prior action was simply to put money in certain line items of the budget. I realize that there was a whole bunch of discussion about what was going to happen with that money, and I think you're all clear on what your intention is, but you haven't actually established the program anywhere, and I think that needs to happen by a separate document.
All right, thank you. So I think what I'm hearing there is we need to put off and have go back and rewrite the resolution to identify it based upon the changes we made and bring that at our next meeting.
We'll have it ready at the July 6th meeting.
Okay.
Yep. All right, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to then, although I suppose, I'd like to make a motion to table to the July 6th meeting, please.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second to table. Any discussion? If no discussion, call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, city staff, city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and all of those who have participated tonight. I think we have now completed the agenda.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
It's been moved and probably second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, everyone. I appreciated you.
Thank you.
Challenges. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Clerk.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, how are you holding up?
Thank you for asking, and just staying prayerful.
We will remain to do so.
And I appreciate all the sentiment, the prayers, the condolences, all that you've done. And thank you to the citizens for bearing with us through these long meetings, but we're just trying to do the people's work. Thank you again, everyone. Well, again, thank you very much.
No problem. You're welcome.
You and the entire rest of the city staff. Thank you so much. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.